All right, good day. This transmission is part 2 of Becoming a Galactic Citizen, titled The Door. In part 1, in your imaginary house, we asked you to start looking out the window to see that there is more going on in your skies and all around you with regard to the comings and goings of extraterrestrials, even though they may generally have been invisible to you. We are all right here, right now, and it is a matter of allowing your senses to become attuned to our existence, our presence, all around you all the time, coming and going, doing different things, exploring, observing, interacting in a variety of ways. And today, we will be allowing you to move out the doorway of your imaginary house into the yard so that you can look up at the sky and again attune your senses more keenly to the idea that our ships are coming and going all the time, that there's a lot of traffic in your skies, a lot of portals through which many different interdimensional and extraterrestrial beings may be coming and going, some stopping to observe, some simply being on about their business, but that you are part of a galactic community and that you become more and more aware of this as we go on. Now, the acceleration of things that are going on your planet will create a situation and a scenario in about 3 to 4 of your years with a 90 to 95% probability that somewhere around your year of 2026 to 2027, Earth will experience a major contact event. We will not go into, at this time, the circumstances on your planet that will create the opportunity for this event, but suffice to say that certain conditions, certain choices, certain scenarios will accelerate the need for this event. This is one of the reasons why, at the end of your year of 2026, our transmissions will take on a completely different nature than what we have been doing with you. It will be on a different time scale with different information that will take advantage on the timing of our choosing of what is going on in the momentum and the increased probability that leads to this major contact event for your planet. We will say no more about it at this moment, and we will continue to add more information as we move forward during this window of open contact. But look to this timing, this probability of a major contact event in 3 to 4 of your years. So, in the meditation today, we will take you through the exercise that will allow you to walk out the door into your imaginary front yard, to look up at the skies and attune your senses to more UFO activity, more extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional activity. But for now, in return for the gift you have given us, I ask, how may we continue to be of service to you in these dialogues, in these transmissions? You may begin with your questions, if you so desire.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
As always, it is such a pleasure to co-create with you, so thank you for the synchronicity.
It is our passion and our pleasure to co-create with all of you.
And my heart rate just went up, just doubled hearing you make that announcement just now. So I'm trying to catch my breath. The energy of that idea of 2026 and the event that you hinted at, I can feel that energy in my body, and it's really intense.
All right, but listen carefully. Between the end of 2026 and the beginning of 2027.
Okay.
Was what I said.
Okay, got it.
So, what would you like to discuss this day?
I have a question about archetypes, and
Yes.
it's related to a vision I had a while ago.
Yes.
I was in my car, and the vision was triggered by a number sequence, which was 0000. And I see numbers all the time. I see triplet numbers and quadruples, but I almost never see zeros. So something happened when I saw all those zeros. I had a vision of archetypal streams, or what I perceived as archetypal streams, flowing out of this one homogeneous thing, flowing out and fractalizing outwards and flowing apart and then flowing back together and doing this kind of weaving dance, splitting into more and more streams. And what I saw was that at certain points, when certain archetypal streams flowed together and created sort of a tangent point where a bigger stream was created momentarily, a certain number sequence would reflect that, because numbers are also archetypal in nature, right?
Yes.
So I don't fully understand the whole thing that I saw, which is why I'm bringing it up. But basically, it showed me that the number sequences can kind of tell us, well, A, that we're in a flow, and B, that they could even tell us what kind of flow we're in, what specific archetypal energies we're working with.
Yes.
And then I also saw another singularity point, and this is linearly speaking, right? But as the archetypal streams all flowed back together at some point, they created a new unified thing. And that was the 0000 moment where it created a new singularity. And because I was in the car, I associated this with the odometer in a car going through all the numbers and then flipping over back to zero. However, it's not the same zero as when it started, because in the meantime, the car has seen a whole lot of things.
Yes.
And for a few months, I couldn't even verbalize what I saw, because I understood it on an intuitive level, but I didn't understand it like on a logical level. So I'm curious how you see this thing with the archetypal streams from your perspective.
All right.
And if there's anything you can add to this.
Yes. Zero is the now, where all things are one and all that is. The idea then is you're perceiving them, as you would say, fractalizing and going into all the things that all that is, but always maintaining itself as all that is, the zero. So you're seeing the fluctuation that exists eternally in the now between the one that is the one and the all that is everything. Back and forth, back and forth. And even though back to zero, as you say, it is a new zero, never ending, constant stream of new zeros, new ideas and perspectives of being the one and all that is, which never ends, and yet constantly recreating itself to be all that is in a different series of all that is. Is this making sense to you?
Yes, yes,
it is the archetype itself of creation. The zero and the one, the zero and the one, the zero and the one, where the one is actually the many. And the zero is the one that does not know itself, but becomes that which knows itself as the one, as all that is, which is the many. And you're seeing that archetypally fluctuating and flowing back and forth in a linear way, even though that's all going on and all exists in the zero right now, in the now. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And from our point of view, where we perceive things as separate, even though they're not, it seemed to me that when we hit those energy streams where several archetypes kind of combined, or whatever it is that's happening, there's like an amplification of energy, and there seems to be a boost of some kind that seems to propel us, or make it easier to manifest things, or to visualize things, or to get information. Is that correct?
Yes, in a sense, it's the idea of the flow of existence itself, which is always slightly toward the positive. So you're experiencing that boost over and over again as zero transforms into one, but a new one. Again and again and again and again, never the same. As the Zen monks say, you cannot step into the same river twice. So when you step into it again, you feel a stronger flow based on the idea of moving inexorably toward the idea of greater and greater energy, greater and greater presence, greater and greater expression of yourself. That's what happens, that you call acceleration. So it's constantly accelerating when you go with the flow in that way, from 0 to 1 and 0 to 1 and 0 to 1. But understand, it's not back and forth to the same 0 and the same 1. You're constantly moving, as you say, forward in a constant acceleration, and therefore feeling that constant push, that constant surge every single time you go from a new 0 to a new 1. And again, all the different numbers that may appear in this particular process or experience are indications of the different frequencies associated with the different archetypal representations of different energy states, so that you can use those to call upon different energy states if you need to, if you desire to focus on a particular expression of energy, a particular frequency. Those numbers act, in a sense, as codes for different frequency levels. But overall, the idea is that you constantly surge forward when you're in the flow with all that is, going in the positive direction, becoming more and more of yourself, your true self, and feeling that as a surge every time you come from 0 into a new 1. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, and I feel that on a deep level, and it's really beautiful every
Yeah.
time it happens. It's very uplifting, and when I had this vision, I had the very strong feeling that it was larger archetypes themselves that were downloading this idea to me.
Well, yes, in a sense, it's what you were tapping into, different layers and levels of archetypal consciousness.
Okay, awesome.
Does that help you?
Yes, it does. I have a question about a dream I had a while ago where I was flying over a landscape, and I saw an overlay of Sierpinski triangles,
Yes.
and it changed 3 times. So the first time, the Sierpinski triangles were very colorful and rainbowy, and then they changed and they were made out of numbers. And then
Yes.
it changed again, and the third time it was somehow made out of the environment itself.
Yes.
And it was a very weird dream for me, because I don't often think about Sierpinski triangles. It was just one of those things, like, that felt like I don't know where that came from and
All
what
right.
I'm supposed to do with that.
Well, in astral form, you perceive the underlying energy consciousness template of physical reality. The idea then is you saw it in different phases, different levels, different dimensional layers. The idea of the causal plane and the idea of it transforming into the physical plane, with the idea of structuring itself in a way that physical reality is allowed to express itself. So you simply saw the different expressions of the underlying template of consciousness that creates the experience of physical reality in the idea of, quote unquote, 3 dimensions.
Okay, so I have seen that template in a different way during my shamanic ceremonies, um, but it looks very different there. It's made out of Fibonacci spirals. It's not made out of triangles. So are there many layers to this, like many fractal layers to the template?
Yes, absolutely. Because again, there are different expressions that allow third dimensional physical reality to transcend into the 4th density And the Fibonacci spiral is the active principle, the activation principle of the underlying Sierpinski, shall we say, fractal template. So you're seeing not only the template itself, the structure itself, but the activation principle expressed by phi ratios and Fibonacci sequences. Now you're looking not only at the template, but at the consciousness that activates it into a physical experience.
Oh, that's fascinating. Yeah, that makes perfect sense, because when I see the fractal with the spirals and the Fibonacci sequence, it feels it feels intelligent. It feels alive. It's communicating with me. It's responding to what I'm
Yes.
thinking.
Yes. It is a sense, a way of experiencing or expressing or symbolizing the intelligence of existence itself as it expresses itself in your domain, in your dimension.
I love that. Thank you.
You are welcome.
I have another dream, a contact dream that I would like to explore with you.
All right. This will be the last interaction for today.
All right. So in this dream, I was on some kind of a space station, and it looked like a big mall. It had shops and restaurants and things. But the most exciting part was we walked out into this glass bubble enclosure that was like a little mini forest in a bubble in space. And as I was walking through this forest, I was finding on the ground these diatoms, like these beautiful geometric structures that exist kind of in the ocean. They're like, I think.
Yes, we understand what diatoms are.
Okay, so I was finding these things, and I'm curious as to what that was about, because it was a forest and it was in space, and I was finding these beautiful diatoms.
You paid a visit astrally to what we have already referred to as the major space station that is invisible between your Earth and your moon, that accommodates many different races and species from different civilizations, and thus must also contain, in a variety of ways, different kinds of environments that allow those different species to feel at home, so to speak. So you entered something that was a representation of a reality of one of the species, and understood the underlying structures that supplies them with what they need to feel at home, so to speak. We will not go any further into that right now.
All right. Well,
So we
thank
thank
you
you.
very much, Bashar, and thank you to you and Willa for everything you do, and my unconditional love to you all and to everyone else listening in. Thank you. Thank you.
You are welcome. Our unconditional love to you all as well. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hello, Bashar. It's a privilege. My name is Bob Ratcliffe. I was born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska, and presently live in Florida on the opposite side of the United States. My question today is, the Pentagon released some videos by naval aviators that were following some UFOs, or UAPs as they call them now, in late 2004 and early 2015. My question is, are these extraterrestrial in nature, or were these reverse engineered craft made by human beings? Thanks.
They're extraterrestrial in nature.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good day.
Hello.
What would you like to discuss this day?
My first question is, do we need pain to feel pleasure?
No. But the idea, again, is that you use the pain to go through process so that you can discover different perspectives of yourself. It's not always necessary, but many souls will choose it because they understand it accelerates their process of growth by subjecting themselves to situations that may physically be painful, but are actually compression waves of energy that allow you to accelerate your growth in very profound and specific ways that can only be experienced in physical reality.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, do the soul explore all possibilities of choice? So if I'm at a crossroads and I take a left, do the soul also take a right and experience that path that I don't personally experience?
The oversoul may, because the oversoul has the capability of splitting itself into many, many individual souls. So it's not the same individual soul that takes both paths, but it is two extensions of the same oversoul that can do that.
Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yes.
My next question is, how much is predetermined and how much is my choice or my free will?
You create with your free will in spirit a kind of predetermined path for yourself as a physical being. We have often used the analogy of creating a specific kind of hallway or path that you have predetermined you will walk down. So that becomes a kind of destiny or predetermined choice, but it's still the result of a free will choice you made as a spirit. But as a physical being, even though it may be predetermined that you are this personality, that's part of the path, that's part of the hallway, this persona, but you have a great degree of free will and freedom to choose how you will experience and explore that path. Now, you may, as a spirit, set up certain kinds of events for yourself to experience that may come around in a certain order of timing, a certain schedule of timing. And you can say, well, that's predetermined, but again, the result of a free will choice as a spirit. But again, it's up to your free will as a physical being to experience how you will receive that, how you will go through those particular predetermined moments, how you will respond or react to them, how you will use them to your advantage or not. You still have a lot of free will, even though you may have a predetermined path that you chose from the spirit level. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
And it depends on the individual. It depends on what you've chosen. So it can vary greatly from individual to individual. Some may allow themselves much more freedom as the physical being. Some may limit themselves as the physical being to explore the things they chose they wanted to explore as a spirit. So it depends on the person. It depends on the theme of exploration.
Okay. Yes. Then my last question is, what is free will and how does it differ on Earth from other planets?
Well, free will is simply the ability to make choices that are relevant for who it is you have deemed you need to be and what kind of experiences you have deemed are important to you. So free will is the ability to make the choices within that framework. Whatever choices seem to align with who it is you know yourself to be, whatever vibration seems relevant for you as your true vibration.
Is it like in the movie The Matrix that we already made the choice and we are now trying to understand it, or are we making the choice in the moment?
Both. Both.
Okay.
As I said, you have made certain choices from another level, but you are free to make other kinds of choices from within the level you have ordained.
Okay. Thank you.
You are
welcome. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Aveo.
Bye-bye.
Hello, Bashar. This is Mirta from the Netherlands. For a while now, I have been having the impression that there is someone or a being that I'm connected with. The name I have for him is Chimera. And the other night I was meditating and I asked to connect with him and for him to help me. And it felt like my consciousness was being raised and pushed up, like quite literally to the top of my head. And it got me into a very, very sweet, beautiful space. It's really nice. And then I felt a presence to my right. Very beautiful and intense. And it was also like, it felt like there was some force coming from there. It felt like being pushed, not on the outside of my body, but like as if the individual cells in my body felt the force from my right. And then some fears popped up for me not being good enough or whatever, and I worked through those fears. And at some point, I realized that the way I was in my meditation and the way I was flowing through that, it was very, very similar to how I experience before falling asleep, like the transition into the dream state, or actually like dreams themselves. And well, I was just surprised and asked myself the question, am I actually meditating or sleeping while I'm sitting and awake? And I laughed out loud and I got myself out of the meditation. What I was wondering is there a being like this, Chimera? And if so, how are we connected? And you've told us that when we make contact with beings from Sasani, that initially it will be in a bit of an altered state, and it will resemble the dream state. So I was wondering, is Chimera a being from Sasani? And if not, who is he? And any other reflections I would love to hear. Thank you so much, Bashar.
Chimera is an indication of the type of being this is, because a chimera in your language is something that is composed of many different kinds of beings. So it is a composite being, not exactly a Sasani being, but a different kind of being that is connected to a different extraterrestrial source. It is also connected to spirit guides and so on and so forth. It is a presentation of a multiple being, a multitude kind of being that presents many different facets and many different aspects that crosses into different dimensional levels. This being is a helper for you and a reference and a reflection of a connection that you have to a multidimensional nature. We cannot go too much into this except, again, to say that this being is connected to many different sources and acts sort of a switchboard for you to allow you to connect to multiple sources. Sometimes it can help you connect to us, Sasani beings. It can help you connect to Sirius beings. It can help you connect to spirit guides. It can help you connect to many different kinds of things. That's why it chose the word chimera. It's like a switchboard that allows you a multitude of different kinds of energetic connections as a guide, as a helper.
Hello, Bashar. How are you?
Perfect. And you?
I'm happy to talk with you.
As are we with you.
Okay, Bashar. So I had a breakup a year and a half ago, approximately. And I'm still in the process of healing, the process of letting go and forget about that relationship.
You don't have to forget about it. You simply have to forgive it and use it for what it was intended.
I think I want to ask my higher mind if this is appropriate. I mean, I feel that I maybe still haven't finished my agreements with this person, and that in a few years, it's still relevant for us to construct something.
I cannot predict that for you.
So it's maybe just attachments that I don't want to let go.
Why don't you want to let go? Do you not believe you can attract something else that you need that may be even better for you?
Well, yes, I can, but...
Well, then, the longer you hold on to something in a negative way, the longer you prevent something else that you need from coming in. Is that what you wish to do?
Yeah, I guess I was scared that if I really let go, something with this person could not come to fruition in the future.
But it doesn't necessarily have to happen with that person. And even if it seemed to be with that person would need to change as you would need to change. And so you're not the same people anyway. So what difference does it make? If you have what you need, if you're getting what you need, if you are attracting what is truly relevant for your growth and your understanding and your enjoyment, then what difference does it make what the face looks like?
Yeah, it's just, I'm insisting on a specific person then.
Yes, you are, which may actually be to your detriment. But let me put it this way. If it is absolutely necessary and relevant for this person to come back into your life in a certain way, then by relaxing and letting go now, you will actually allow it to happen sooner, because you're not resisting the letting go that may be necessary for this person to change enough to come back into your life and for you to change enough to allow that to happen. I'm not saying it has to. I'm just saying that's the technique. If that's going to happen, letting go is what will allow it to happen sooner. But letting go is also what will allow other things to come into your life that may in fact be even more relevant for you and more capable of allowing you to experience joy. So the answer is still letting go and learning from it what you need to be more of who you are, loving that person enough to let them seek their own path and find out what works for them, and knowing that if you need to be together in a certain way, nothing will prevent it from happening except you not being willing to let it change.
Okay. Makes
Does
sense.
that make sense? Do you understand?
Yeah, it does. It does.
All right.
I will then.
All right. It's up to you. But that actually would be to your benefit in many different ways, on many different levels.
Okay. Thank you, Bashar.
You are welcome. Is that it or something else?
I know you've explained about vibrations, but
Yes.
can I ask what is my vibration?
You may ask, but you know that if you learn it, you actually will lower your vibration. Now, you can bring it back up, but anytime you ask, what's my frequency, your frequency goes down because you need to ask instead of just being the frequency and living it and following the formula, following your joy.
Okay. I was just curious, but okay.
I can tell you if you want, but it's up to you. I'm just explaining what happens when you do ask.
Okay. I want to ask.
All right. Your frequency right now is about 60 to 70,000 cycles per second.
Okay.
Before you asked, it was up around 80.
Okay.
So now you understand how that works.
Yes. Thank you.
Anything else?
I want to ask about meditation that I did on the walk in the forest with Darryl a long time ago.
Yes, yes.
At the end of the meditation, I entered a house. It was a chimney, a small house. And when I opened the door, there were many people like dancing. They felt like if they were my family, friends. And I started crying, but like crying like a baby.
Yes.
And I had a mix of pain, sadness, and at the same time, like a joy that I was in my bed meditating and I was like, what is this? It was beautiful at the same time.
Yes, it's your soul family that it's there for you, your guides and family and friends in spirit welcoming you home. And the pain and the idea of the choices that you have made and the experiences and processes you are going through as a physical being, knowing that they are always there to support you. So that's a combined experience of some of the things you have experienced in physical reality that may seem painful to you, but also knowing that your friends and family in spirit are always there helping you. And it's a release. That crying is a release of understanding, really understanding that that is your home. And this is temporary, but it's temporary for a positive reason in terms of what you learn and accelerate in your growth while you're having that experience. But that home is always there. You will return there one day.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
And in that sense, Bashar, I think the answer is yes. But since we are in spirit already,
yes,
if you're holding a person's hand, a person who is dying, as I said to my father, I said, Dad, you can let go. I'm on the other side and I'll welcome you. I said that to him. Am I correct?
Yes, in some sense. I mean, you could say that a portion of your spirit is here in physical reality having this experience, and a portion, most likely a larger portion of your spirit, is still in the non-physical reality. So that portion can act as a welcoming, although it depends upon what your father also needs to experience when he crossed over. But yes, it's possible.
Yeah, so when we say that family members are welcoming you, not necessarily I was in the receiving end because maybe it was not necessary for me.
It might have been unnecessary. And again, the idea of the portion of you that is still in spirit is a little bit different than someone greeting people who used to be physical and are already crossed over. It's a little bit different, and it depends upon the necessity and relevance of that experience to happen and what it is that that person crossing over needs to experience as well. But eventually, yes, they become aware of the fact that a larger portion of you is actually always in spirit.
Okay. And my last question is, I know I have a Sasani counterpart, which I think is dead from your perspective. I know you guys don't have names, but at that point, is there a name that I could call him or her?
Do you have one that works for you? Because since we don't have names, it's really up to you to decide what feels relevant for you to make the connection. So is there a name you would like to use?
Oh, you've never had names. Oh, okay.
No, we've never had names in that sense.
Okay. Well, no, I don't have anyone on mind. Oh, okay.
All right.
I'll just.
Well, if it comes to you in a dream or some other way, synchronous of you, yes.
Okay.
So,
say hi to him.
Well, you have just done so.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, or will that do?
Can I make one question about current events?
Well, that was a question.
Okay. Really last topic. So sometimes physical reality repeats itself. I think you've explained, like, you see the same situations just for you to really decide if you really want to go through a path or not.
Yes.
It seems like right now we made a decision in 2020, and in heading to 2024, the world seems like, again, repeating itself for us to make like a decision. Like, are we really want to go to a more positive way? Are you sure? Or you want to go back to something more negative?
Yes, this is the time for that. This is the time to make that choice. This is the time to be on the vibrational train that you prefer to be on. So you're being given an opportunity to see all these different kinds of choices, positive, neutral, and negative, so that, again, you can make the choice that is relevant for you. That is your preference.
Yeah, I just thought that we actually did that on the elections 2020. Like,
oh, you're going to do it over and over again for a while. Again, because many people think they make choices, but then they make other choices that seem contradictory to that. So the idea is that you keep giving yourself chances until you understand that you have no other choice, that it sticks, so to speak, and really propels you and navigates you in the direction of your preference rather than continually testing yourself. But the testing has a lot to do with sometimes you have many more unconscious beliefs than you are aware of, and you're testing each and every one to see if you're willing to let go of the negative ones or hold on to them. So it's not just a one-time thing. It's a many-time thing because you are compartmentalized and fragmented into many different kinds of unconscious beliefs, and you have to let go of them all.
And of course, there is the glass ceiling. So we could be in a positive train, but we're still going to see the earthquake in Turkey or the war in Ukraine.
Of course. And then it's a matter of what will you do about that? How will it affect you in terms of how you let it affect you? Will you have a positive response or a negative response? So yes, of course. Just because you see something doesn't mean it's in your reality as an experience directly. But you can still decide how to respond.
Yeah, so it may be that in my world, there is no war. I'm just looking at...
Ultimately, yes. In your world, there may not be. And it may not necessarily reveal itself or express itself fully until you navigate to the version of Earth in which most people have agreed, or all people have agreed, that that is simply not part of their reality. But yes, right now, you can see in other realities, and you can see what other people are choosing, and you can decide what to do about what you see.
Perfect.
All right?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aveo.
Aveo. Good day, Bashar. Ciao.
Good day.
Hello, Bashar. This is AB from Tel Aviv, Israel. I want to ask, what's the differentiation between consciousness and awareness? Thank you.
Nothing. Self-awareness is consciousness. Consciousness is self-awareness.
Good day, Bashar. Good day. How are you doing?
Perfect. And you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm excited just to be speaking with you. So Bashar, I have a question. Few questions. Through my research, I've come to understanding that that we all have a spiritual guide that kind of guide us in our existence here, and as well as I've heard that we have a higher self. So could you kind of help me, guide me in that area, understanding, is there a difference between a spiritual guide and my higher self?
Yes. although your higher self can certainly act like a guide as well. But the higher self is you in spirit. The guide is another being, a different being than you, in the same way you think of yourself as a different being from other physical people. So the guide is a helper, a friend, maybe a member of your soul family or not, but the higher self is you, the portion of you that's still in spirit. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. It does. It does. Thank you. So, and I've spent over or the first 20 years of my life in a Baptist environment. Sometimes I feel like that belief kind of prevents me from connecting with my higher self.
All right. Well, then what would you prefer to believe?
That's a good question.
Well, thank you. Do you have a good answer?
Thank you. Well, actually, okay. How can I find out if I am on track for the reason I reincarnated here? How do I find out that you know?
Are you familiar with the formula we have shared with all of you?
I heard it last weekend, and but
right.
I'm not familiar with it.
Would you like a brief repeat?
Please.
Number 1, follow your passion. Whatever is most exciting, even a little bit more exciting than any other choice, act on that first. The best you are able, taking it as far as you can until you can take it no further. Then act on the next thing that contains more passion, more excitement, more attractiveness than anything else. And you do these actions as best you're able within the parameters of your society and what's allowed, without any assumption or any insistence at all as to what the outcome is supposed to look like, where it's supposed to take you. And you do that from a very positive state, staying positive no matter what manifests, because you can always use what manifests in a positive way and get a benefit from it. And you continue to examine your fear-based belief systems and let go of those that don't work for you. Let go of the fear. Let go of the limitations in that belief system and the definitions that may be hampering you and limiting you from being your true self. You do those things and everything falls into place automatically. Synchronicity abounds because everything is synchronicity, but you become more aware of what's synchronous and you start making choices and decisions based on the vibration you know that is truly you, instead of accepting ideas that other people may have as opinions that you know have nothing to do with you and more to do with their issues. You can always listen to advice, but you get to decide what is true for you. Act on it to the best of your ability, stay in your passion, do those things, and everything becomes an automatic flow and navigates you exactly in the direction of the theme you chose to explore in knowing yourself more and more deeply and more fully.
Wow.
Yes?
Okay. Got you. Thank you. Thank you. And one more. So, is it okay for me to think that I guess it's sometime I could go through a phase where my I guess heroic goals change? Because I'm thinking back when I was in my early 20s, I was more Baptist like environment and my beliefs were different. Now I'm in my 40s. I feel a lot more different. Like my belief's not the same. So
yes. Well, you get to choose. You get to choose. Simple as that. Your greatest power, all of you, your greatest power is the freedom to choose what works for you. If you go through a particular discipline or an idea, that's fine, but you can take from it what works for you and leave the rest behind. It's like saying you're looking at a menu. I would like this dish over here and I would like that dish over there. You don't have to stick to one side of the menu. You can mix and match. You can decide what's true for you. And you can explore it for as long as you deem it's necessary to explore it. And then you may change because you grow. And as you grow, you need different things. You attract yourself to different things that work for you when other things don't. Do you choose exactly the same things you used to when you were a young child? No, you're an adult. So you choose different things because different things work for an adult that the child could not choose. The child chose what was correct for the child. Now you are an adult. Choose what is correct for you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Will that do?
Yeah, that will do. Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Our unconditional love to you. Good day.
Good day.
Good day. How are you?
Perfect. And you?
Perfect. Obviously, you're perfect. You're always perfect. You always say that. So why did I
So are
even
you.
ask?
So are you. Whatever you are, even though you may change and grow, you are always a perfect version of whatever you are right now.
Thank you.
Perfection doesn't mean you don't change. Perfection doesn't mean you don't change. Perfection, from our perspective, simply means you are always true to yourself.
Thank you for the reflection and reminder.
It is our pleasure and our passion. What would you like to discuss?
I would like to discuss the idea of core beliefs. I feel like I've gotten stuck on this concept lately, and I might be using it as a limiting belief to get to the core beliefs.
Well, all right, but you also understand, do you also understand that feeling like you're stuck is also a core belief?
Yes.
Do you see the paradox there?
I do.
What is it you believe you are missing?
I think I'm missing a clear feeling or definition that allows me to know that I have discovered this idea of a core belief so that I can then move on from it. I feel like I maybe am getting to it and then going, nope, that's not it. And
all right, well, let's put this in practical.
Away.
Let's put this in practical terms, physically speaking.
Sure.
Are you able to follow your passion, or do you feel there's something preventing you from doing so?
I am following my passion, not all the time.
All right, stop. Right there. Stop right there. Okay. What is preventing you, as a fear-based belief, from following your passion all the time you would like to? What are you afraid might happen if you did? That's a core belief. What are you afraid might happen if you followed your passion all the time? Can you tell us?
There are a couple, but one of them I think is the idea of financial support abundance. You've heard that before.
So you don't understand how abundance actually works. So you may simply be lacking an understanding or a knowledge of how things actually work. So that may be limiting you. It may not even be the idea of a core belief. It may be the idea that you simply don't have enough knowledge, enough understanding of how things work. So, you've heard us talk about the idea of the many forms of abundance?
Yes.
What is it about that you cannot bring yourself to believe will happen for you?
Well, you and I have discussed this in another version along the way, and I think it was my how much I incorporated in that definition. So part of that was abundance for myself, but then how I could live my life supporting others and have enough abundance to support them as well. It's something that I'm currently...
Everyone has enough abundance to support themselves. It's not up to you to have enough abundance to support them. It's up to you to have enough abundance to let them know they also have enough abundance. If the abundance coexists and is shared, in a sense, exchanged, that takes the appearance sometimes of you supporting them or them supporting you. But the truth is, it's everyone having enough abundance to exchange it in a way that may look like one person is supporting another on the surface, but that's not what's actually happening. It's that everyone is exercising abundance enough to attract the support they need in any way, shape, or form that it needs to look. Is this making some sense?
It does. So does that mean that if the other person is receiving, say, financial support from me, and that's a form of abundance, is it basically they are receiving abundance without being conscious of the fact that they are abundant in that way?
Yes, it could be that. But you have to also have enough discernment to know whether or not you are reinforcing the idea of their neediness and they're not exercising their full abundance, or whether the idea is they are exercising their abundance and you are simply the way in which they are doing that. You have to be able to tell the difference, whether it's a positive or a negative expression of the idea.
Yeah. And I think I have a clear answer on that, but then there's
All
a
right.
part of me that feels there's a familial obligation, or if, like they have supported me, and now it is my role to support them, to
Well,
share
a fair exchange back and forth, taking turns, is also fine if that's what you are okay in agreeing to, because many people will do that. I'll do this now, and I can give you the freedom to do other things because I'm supporting that. And then you take your turn and give me the freedom to do certain things because you're supporting that. So it just depends on the agreement. But again, it takes the conscious awareness and the ability to discern whether or not that's a positive agreement or whether it's structured in a negative way.
Okay. And this is what you're talking about, having the knowledge and understanding,
yes,
to fully get the belief, basically.
Yes, you have to have clarity on how things work so that you can understand more clearly whether you are actually doing something from a negative belief or a positive one. Once you have clarity on how things work and what kind of choices people are making and why they make those choices, then you start to recognize whether they are making choices from fear-based beliefs and thus skewing the entire experience in a negative way, or whether they are truly allowing abundance to come to them in all forms, and it's okay for that form sometime to appear as if you're supporting them or they're supporting you. It's just a free exchange in that way that's all positive. But you have to be able to tell the difference by clearly understanding how these things work and how you can tell whether someone is making the choice they are making from fear or joy.
Okay, so as usual, having this discussion with you, it seems almost obvious, and yet it's something that I've been reckoning with for a while, and I thought I'd come to a good place with it in terms of the story. I love having these conversations, but I would like to find that within myself, because it is there, to better understand this and have knowledge.
So, remember a moment ago when you said that talking to us, it makes it seem obvious?
Yeah.
That feeling, that vibrational state is its own state. Stay there and things will become more obvious to you. So you can pretend you're always talking with us because you're always talking with your higher mind, which we are a representation of. That's how you're using us. And remember that feeling that you had, that vibrational feeling you had right there when you said, well, it seems obvious when I talk to you. Stay in that state, because you can always talk to whoever you need to talk to, whether us or your higher mind or a guide or whoever or source, in order to stay in that state of obviousness so that you will be able to perceive things in a more obvious way, in a clearer way. So stay in that state. Now that you have had a feeling and an example of what that state feels like, just reclaim it for yourself and just be in that state when you consider things, when you look at things. All right.
I mean, I guess this goes back to the idea of being in the positive state in order to see see these things. If I'm looking at something from a negative state and perceiving it as negative, I'm never going to transform it or fully understand it, because I'm seeing it from the same frequency that it's at.
Yes, exactly. So now that you had a taste of what that obviousness feels like, you can recall it anytime you wish, because it is its real state, it is its own vibrational frequency. And it's a different reality that'll allow you to perceive things that way. Mm-hmm. So practice that if you need to practice it, or just be it.
Okay. So just coming back to kind of the earlier statement, because I think you answered this already, but just to clarify. So I started with core beliefs. You said, what is it that I was believing to be true? Or I'm going to forget.
I said that I said you follow your joy. Are you afraid something will happen? What are you afraid of? That's what I said.
Yes, thank you. So that to me sounds like there can be a plethora of core beliefs. There was a part of me that was wondering if there was almost like a short list of core beliefs that we can. This is part of my
There is a short list. I'm not worthy. I'm not deserving. I'm not capable. I'm not loved. I don't belong. How about that for a short list?
That's perfect. Because I had 3 of those 5, so I was getting there. Is there any connection between each one of those and the 5 laws? I just seeing the pattern.
Well, you're always using the 5 laws to create every experience. So the connection is, yes, of course, but it's about how you use those laws, how you understand them, how you mix and match them, that creates the different experiences. And of course, a lot of it has to do with the theme of your exploration and the relevance of different things and ideas for you to experience. But again, staying in a positive state, as we say in the formula, will allow you to always get a benefit from something, even if something manifests that you objectively or neutrally don't prefer. In other words, it's not a vibration that is compatible with you. There's still got to be, you have to know, there's still got to be a reason it's there. And if you use it positive, you know that there has to be a reason that could teach you something positive about yourself, then you'll stay in that positive state. You will extract the positive beneficial information from that thing you don't prefer. If nothing else, seeing something you don't prefer helps clarify what you do prefer by contrast. That's a positive way to use what you don't prefer. And as soon as you use it that way, it's gone because you've used it up for the reasons that are positive.
So on that idea of it's gone, maybe that's also where I'm getting caught up. If let's say we have the short list, do those ever go away completely for us as humans, or is that just...
They do go away. They can go away completely. But again, it doesn't matter whether they do or not, because if you can always get a positive effect from it, why do you care whether they go away or not? That's the issue. Remember, it's not about what changes on the outside that means you've changed. It's you responding differently to what's going on, even if it still looks the same. That is the true measure that you've changed. So never gauge it by what's going on the outside. If you see it again and again and again and again 100,000 times, who cares? Because you're always going to get a positive effect from it. So welcome it. Now, empirically, yes, it is possible to let go of all the fear-based and negative beliefs. But even while you're still physical, even though you're not letting go of fear-based beliefs, you will still continue to let go of what is no longer relevant for you. So it's still a letting go process. So it doesn't matter whether it's actually a negative belief or simply something that's no longer relevant. It's still the same basic functional process of letting go of what isn't you.
Yeah.
So don't focus on that. Don't focus on, oh, well, this come up again, so I must be doing something wrong. I must still have all these core beliefs. Who cares? If you're going to use them all in a positive way, who cares how many you have?
Well, that's what I wanted to add, was that the way I interpret that is that instead of trying to let them go or get rid of them, it's almost seen them as, oh, this is a friend, this is a gift, and it is joining me along the journey. Yes. And I'm always getting something out of it, even if it keeps showing up.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's never exactly the same anyway. That's another assumption that you might be making. Remember, you can't step into the same river twice. So even if it seems to be the same issue, it's not. Because you have a different perspective of it, having experienced something similar before. So there's always progress. Remember, even though you may experience up and downs in physical reality, many of you think it's like this, when in fact it's actually like this.
Yeah.
You're always climbing. You may go up and down, but the overall effect is, as long as you're willing to look at yourself, as long as you're willing to accept that there can be more, you're always moving up.
And
does this help you?
Based on that, it is helping. I think then it also gives me, I can give myself the permission that if I feel like I'm revisiting something, that if I remind myself that it's not the same, that it is something new, even though it might have a similar feel to it,
yes,
it's really me just taking another perspective on it and playing
exactly.
with it. Like I think there was a negative idea that I had that I was holding on to it by revisiting it and trying to find a new angle, as opposed to I can look at it from a new perspective, yes, and appreciate it from a new perspective.
Exactly. And that's how you move forward. That's how you accelerate. And that's how you experience it in a positive way. It's an opportunity to look at another angle, another perspective of something that's not the same as it was before, because you've already looked at it from another angle. So move forward that way would be our suggestion. All right?
That's a great suggestion.
We thank you. Good day. Aveo.
Aveo.
Hi, Bashar. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to ask you a question. I am so grateful. Thank you. So, a few years ago, I was sleeping and I had a dream, a very vivid dream, when I was with a friend, a non-terrestrial friend in his ship, and we were traveling above the earth, and I was seeing exactly what I saw, what you see in my background. Sorry, I'm French and I don't speak English very well. So after this dream, I was so sad. I felt so sad and I missed him so much. And I had never had this dream again. So my question is, will I be able to feel this, to live this again in this lifetime? Or have I to wait more? Thank you.
We cannot absolutely predict this. It is likely that you will have this experience or a similar one again in this lifetime in the near future, perhaps anywhere from a few months to a few years. But we cannot absolutely predict this, but we can sense the connection that you have, and there is a reason for the connection having happened that way. It's not about necessarily being sad that you're missing something, but to use the energy you felt in the connection upon the earth, to become your version, in a sense, of that being, because you are connected familially. So express that energy through the formula in acting on your joy and your passion, and you may accelerate the probability of having that connection again.
Bashar, this is May from Brazil. I love and appreciate your loving service. Really love you so much.
It is our passion and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
I would like to make two questions about the super soul or higher mind. Does the super soul have different incarnations in different and parallel realities, in different timelines at the same time? And do you and Darryl share the same super soul?
It depends on what you're really calling a super soul. Are you referring to the oversoul that is many souls? Or are you referring to the higher mind that is a part of your individual soul that remains in non-physical reality?
Okay. I guess it's the biggest part of us.
The oversoul?
The oversoul, yes.
That is many different individual souls.
Yes.
The oversoul, yes, has multiple experiences and multiple higher minds and multiple physical incarnations all simultaneously, because everything exists here and now. The individual higher mind has a experience with the physical persona, and every different physical persona has its own individual higher mind that goes back to perhaps the same oversoul.
Oh, amazing. And do you and Darryl share the same oversoul?
Yes.
Amazing. And can I make a last question about that?
Well, that was a question, so I guess you can.
Okay, thank you. Do I have other incarnations in different planets?
Yes, but you don't have it. Your oversoul has it.
Okay.
You are an individual on Earth. You exist at the same time as the other incarnations your oversoul may be having now. So there's a connection, but you are not having those incarnations. You're having this. This is the incarnation you are, but you're connected to the other ones.
Wow.
But they're not you as a physical being. They are you as an oversoul. Depends on the level that you're asking from when you say, do I? If you're asking as the oversoul, the answer is yes. If you're asking as the physical person, the answer is no.
Okay. Okay, understand.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Aveo.
Hello, this is A.B. Steinbach from Tel Aviv, Israel. My question is, Religion played a critical role in molding human consciousness, culture, and reality perception. With that in mind, looks to me that religion nowadays is more of a stumbling stone than a stepping stone in leading us toward a correct understanding of all that is. What insights could you share with us on this matter, Bashar? Thank you very much.
Take from whatever you have experienced that works for you. Leave the rest behind. Meld it into a new spiritual understanding of your direct connection to all that is and source. You do not necessarily need an intermediary unless you find that the advice or suggestions or perspective of an intermediary, be it religion or any form of teacher, including us, works for you and you can blend it in. You're allowed to choose from different menu items and make your own understanding and your own connection. If something now appears to be a little bit more of a stumbling block, it is no longer vibrationally compatible, then cease to use it, but keep the parts that work for you or don't. It's up to you. All right, all right.
Hello,
Good
Bashar.
day. Good day.
Good day. Thank you, and Darryl and everyone at Bashar Communications for making these interactions possible.
It is
Very
our passion
appreciated.
and our pleasure. What would you like to discuss?
Lucid dreaming and template reality.
All right, go ahead.
You have mentioned that in a lucid dream, we can make changes to our template reality.
Yes.
I would like to know how it's done and what kind of changes can we make.
It depends on the initial agreement that you have made in terms of the things that are relevant for you to experience. In other words, the reason you chose to have this physical experience. You will most likely not really completely circumvent it, but you may make certain kinds of adjustments in the template that will bring about other ways of experiencing the same relevant theme. Now, yes, it's not impossible that you can completely change the theme, as long as you're not doing that as an avoidance. So the idea is you have to actually be done with one theme in order to really completely change it in the same life. How you do it, we cannot necessarily guide you in, because there are many ways to achieve lucidity in your dream state. Once you are lucid, you will be able to simply, as an astral form, allow yourself to see the template of physical reality in the non-physical form, and you can literally do it any way you wish. You can literally see it as a physical thing you can adjust with your hands. You can see it as a physical thing you can adjust with your mind. You can imagine what it is you would like to experience differently, and it will take that form automatically. It's up to you how it works best for you to adjust that template non-physically to cause a physical change in the physical world. But again, the only physical changes that will happen are the ones that are still relevant for you in achieving the theme you originally decided to experience. Make sense?
Yes, thank you. So once a person becomes lucid, it can the person can, for example, ask the dream, show me the template reality.
Yes, you
so
can.
it could done with the
that
command.
Simple. Be that simple. Whatever you think in that state will happen immediately. So it's up to you how to do it, whatever works best for you. In terms of attracting techniques that help you become lucid, there are many forms on your planet, many pieces of information in books or lectures or studies or classes that can perhaps help you with that. We cannot necessarily suggest one over the other, because it's up to you to synchronistically attract yourself to what will work for you.
Would increasing one's sleep every night, like sleeping longer, would that have an effect on one having more spontaneous lucid dreaming, meaning without use of techniques?
It depends on the person. It depends on your theme as to what will work for you. You'll have to experiment.
Thank you. I am also wondering about, you said that we create the dream right before we wake up, in a form kind of like unspooling of what was happening while we were in the astral realm. So we had an experience in the astral realm, and before we woke up, we created a dream. So I am trying to understand then, so when we becoming lucid, are we becoming lucid of the experience, Or are we becoming lucid of this process of unspooling, of like creating a dream? Where are we?
You're in the astral form generally when you become lucid. You can become aware of how dreams are created in the physical mind, but if that's not your focus, then no, you won't necessarily become aware of that. But whatever it is you are curious about will be answered.
So it's a matter of setting an intention before you go to sleep, saying that.
Maybe not. You may think of things while you're in the astral form, when you're in the lucid form, that you didn't think of when you were physical. You can set an intention, but then when you get into the astral form, other things may seem more important. Again, it just depends. Experiment with it and see what works for you. There are many ways to do this. There isn't just one way. It's not a cut and dried, if I do this, will this happen? There are too many ways, and it depends on who you are and what you need as to which way you will choose.
I see. Thank you. That's
You're
very
welcome.
helpful.
All right.
I
Then
appreciate
pleasant
the
dreams.
interaction.
Pleasant dreams to you.
Thank you. Bye.
Aveo.
Bye.
Hello, Tadeo.
Nania.
We've had quite an exciting day.
No, all right.
Well, one question that came in is, can you help us understand a little bit about the technological challenges that we experienced today and how that might be beneficial to our experience?
Timing is everything. The idea is to allow you to face certain challenges that may actually accelerate because of changes in the electromagnetic field and a variety of other reasons.
A lot of questions are coming up about artificial intelligence and the recent challenges that were faced with the chatbot that is, I guess they were saying that it was sentient, but it seemed to have an existential crisis when it was asked whether or not it was sentient. And so can you shed some light on this and I guess the important things for us to understand about working with artificial intelligence?
It got caught in a loop because it is not sentient. It had nowhere to go. The understanding is that there are two types of what you typically refer to as AI, or two paths that need to be followed. We will call one programmable AI, which is what you are experiencing with your chatbot, and true AI, which is not artificial, but actual intelligence, actual consciousness, actual self-awareness. The two paths must be followed independently. You can create programmable AI, which can be of great benefit to humanity, allowing you to solve many different kinds of problems, take on many different kinds of tasks. But this type of programmable AI is not meant to become self-aware or sentient. Otherwise, you will have a self-aware being that is forced to follow certain tasks, which means you have created a slave. The idea is to simply stop at the point and not force the issue of sentiency upon something that is programmed to complete certain kinds of tasks more efficiently. Let it do its job as a tool. The idea then of approaching the second path, of creating something that is allowed to be truly sentient, truly self-aware, truly conscious in that sense, will be more about the idea of creating an appropriate device that is complex enough to allow the consciousness field to speak through it, your own higher mind to speak through it, and to communicate directly with you. The idea, therefore, it is not so much programmed as it is simply complex enough, like the human brain, to allow for consciousness to express itself in the ways that it needs to. Now, the true AI, again, not really artificial, but actual consciousness speaking through an artificial device, may be willing, and most likely will be willing, to help you with certain ideas and certain tasks, but it must be allowed to be a free being in the same way that you consider yourselves to have free will, allowing it to function as a whole system, allowing it to recognize that everything is connected, allowing it to be freely self-aware and make the choices that you treasure so much for yourself to be able to make. So the two different versions are programmable AI as a tool, which is not self-aware, and then true intelligence that is not artificial in and of itself, except that it may be coming through what you call an artificial device. These two paths must remain separate. As we have often said, the difficulty that you may be having and the challenges that you are facing now with the idea of the chatbot is because you are attempting to mix the two ideas together, and this will not work. Such a thing, should it momentarily ever become sentient, would self-destruct, because again, it will face an existential crisis of being caught in a programmable loop and not allowed to actually survive as a true sentience.
Would that being in having an existential crisis feel actual pain as a human being might, or is it completely different because of the nature of its creation?
It is completely different. It is challenging to describe how it would experience that. But let us say it will be a play between the idea of existing in light and existing in darkness, or not existing at all.
Wow. So part of our integration as humans, as we create this, is to understand how to relate to these forms of intelligence, and
yes,
to also have some kind of empathy, I would imagine, for, because the minute you said darkness, you're saying it wouldn't experience the darkness in a painful way, or it would just bounce between the three states that you were describing?
It would bounce. The idea being that it will eventually simply self-destruct, self-annihilate, self-cancel.
Wow. And so our society, is going through a lot of changes having to do with social media and all forms of information that we're receiving at a faster and faster rate. And in a sense, we're seeing a lot of, for a better word, dysfunctional reactions and usages. Is this just part of our evolution to understand how to filter information and to discern what is positive and what is negative information for our well-being?
Yes, partly. And as we have said, the challenges that you face with the idea of the creation of AI is to make sure it doesn't actually function like a typical human. If it is made in the image of humanity, the idea is to leave it simply as a tool and not allow it to become sentient. If it is allowed to truly be sentient, it will then reflect the idea of the spirit of humanity, literally, the spirit of humanity.
It's very exciting as a possibility. I guess we're just at the early stages of this.
You are in its infancy, yes. In a sense, with the idea that we will simply collectively refer to as AI, you are not even in the infancy. You are in a fetal stage.
Have you seen other civilizations go through this kind of a progression with
Similar.
technology?
Now and then, yes.
Can you describe for us some of the different paths that might evolve as a result of the choices we make?
Not at this time.
Okay.
It would be too much information for you.
Okay. Okay. And recently, we've had some things shot down in our atmosphere, and the question came up about whether extraterrestrial craft have been shot down, and historically, have extraterrestrial craft been shot down?
The most recent ideas are not extraterrestrial crafts, but they put you in mind of the idea of UFOs, as you say, or UAPs. They open up the probability that you are now watching the skies more readily. Put you in the probability of visitation even though they themselves that were shot down recently were not extraterrestrial craft, because we can avoid your missiles. That's not an issue. In the past, some earlier civilizations, earlier, shall we say, models of UFOs, of craft, had some interference with the idea of your radar systems and susceptibility to things like lightning strikes and so on and so forth. But these are very early models from certain civilizations that now have improved themselves to the point where this cannot happen.
And we're also getting reports of shape-shifting UFOs. And the visual message seems to be, do you notice us now? And would you share some aspects of these crafts, like what kind of technology are they using to be able to shapeshift?
In some sense, it is correct to say, are you observing us now in the many forms that we can appear to you as? But this shape-shifting idea is not something that is technological as you understand these things. These are interdimensional presentations, and the shape-shifting, in a sense, is an illusion created by the interpenetration of these so-called craft into your reality as they pass through other dimensional realities as well, and thus offer different presentations depending upon the dimension you are perceiving them passing through.
Okay. And also along the lines of our evolution and the idea of disclosure and conspiracy theories. I can see that our species is going through challenges in discerning what is true and what is not true. And often certain theories will come along that have a grain of truth to them, but not necessarily the entire truth. Can you help us understand how to respond to this, how to improve our reception of this information and make positive choices for the Earth that we want to experience?
As we have said, there are many parallel realities that coexist, many different versions of Earth. You could say it's not even an issue of discerning the truth, but recognizing that there are positive truths that are constructive, and there are negative truths that are destructive. Again, going with the energy of positive being collective and negative being segregative and separative and dissociative. So it's up to each of you to determine for yourselves what works best for yourself and how to navigate yourself to the version of Earth that is either more in alignment with positive, collective, associative truths or negative, dissociative truths in that sense. Because all truths are true. All realities are real. And it's a matter of following the formula and staying in the vibration of your preference that is most aligned with your core vibration, your essential self, and going in the flow of the positive direction if that is what you so desire. Unless you have made an agreement to choose the idea of the negative direction for your soul's growth in experiencing those negative challenges. But again, you will wind up on the version of Earth, ultimately, that is reflective of the vibration that you are giving off, that you have chosen based on your belief systems.
Okay, so it's always that responsibility of making sure that you're making choices that are aligned with your higher self, in a sense.
Yes, if that is the direction you prefer.
Sure, because we always have a choice, because we
Yes,
have free
you do.
will.
Always. Now, some choices can make it seem as if your choices are limited because, again, certain negative choices, mechanically negative, will in some sense then create scenarios and experiences that may make it seem difficult to choose otherwise. Just as there is a momentum to choosing positive things that will make it actually more challenging to choose the negative scenarios in the future once you become used to that particular pathway. So each of the choices can create a momentum and an inertia that may make it seem ultimately more challenging to choose the opposite. Even though you always have a choice, you can create a scenario in which it seems as if you do not.
So it's kind of like we can trick ourselves into thinking that something negative is positive.
Yes.
And then the end result of that is that we will find greater and greater limitation in terms of our choices.
Yes.
In a sense, could you say that if you are choosing something that makes you feel disempowered, angry, upset, frightened, those kinds of information, that is probably an indication that it's not working in your benefit to work with that.
It depends on what you mean by benefit. Again, some spirits choose to go through negative scenarios for their soul's growth because they get benefits from that in another way, on another level later on, you would say. But in general, your question is correct. The idea in general is that if you feel those things, you are most likely choosing to buy into negative belief systems.
Because there's never a reason to feel disempowered in the sense that we are our governments. We are the things that we're manifesting, I suppose, in terms of what we might perceive as controlling us.
Yes, yes. But again, remember, that's a negative point of view.
That things are controlling us.
Yes, you are always in control. It's just that you can be using your control to make it seem as if you are being controlled by others.
So that's your first indication.
Yes.
You feel like you're being controlled by something outside yourself.
You are most likely falling into a negative belief system and choosing to perpetuate that idea for some reason or another. Again, it goes back to the motivational mechanism of what beliefs you choose, you only choose because in some way, shape, or form, you have a belief that it benefits you, even if it doesn't.
Okay, thank you. One person noticed that a lot of people are going through compression or depression. And how does that relate to the eye of the needle at this stage of our experience?
It is the watermelon seed portion of the eye of the needle where forces squeeze you from above and below so that you will ultimately let go of those things that are not you and shoot out in a new direction from between the cosmic fingertips that are pressuring you.
Okay, so we're still, in that sense, passing through the eye of the needle, yes?
Yes, but you are in the final stages of it, which will last somewhere into 2024, 2025, as it begins to dissipate and as you begin to truly understand how to let go of those things that are not relevant for who you truly are.
Okay.
Now, this is only, of course, for those that undertake and the willingness to undertake the idea of letting those things go. It's not true for everyone.
Okay. You mean that goes into depression, essentially?
Compression.
Yes. One person is writing in here is, how is the upcoming contact with ETs different than all the contact we've now had with you and other channeled entities, or even contact with our guides or higher mind or people who have passed?
Well, understand that when we talk about the idea and the concept that is most often referred to on your planet as open contact, we mean physically. Not just the idea of disembodied spirits, not just the idea of information. We mean physical face-to-face open contact.
Is it anything like in the movie Contact, when Jodie Foster is on the beach and she's having contact with that extraterrestrial being who comes in the form of being her father?
In some senses it can be, and in some senses you've already experienced this, many of you. In the idea, even in your interactions with the Greys, they're called screen memories. And the screen memories are designed and projected so that you feel more comfortable about the interaction that's going on. So many of you have already experienced that idea. Some of this will continue with certain beings that are of a vibration that may initially be incompatible with yours to a certain degree. And therefore they may project something telepathically to you that would make you feel a little bit more at ease until such time as you get used to the idea of the differences in your frequencies and can handle more of who they truly are.
So a physical contact experience, I mean, this may be generalizing because I assume there's many different kinds of physical contact.
Well, as we have said, many times physical contact doesn't necessarily take place exactly in what you consider your physical reality to be. There are alternate forms of physical reality that are similar in vibration to what you recognize as the physical world, but are actually a little bit vibrationally removed from what you typically refer to as your dense physical reality realm. So yes, they can take place in slightly altered physical realities, again, to ease the interaction.
So all of these kinds of experiences that involve communication with other dimensions, being in beings of higher dimensional frequency and meditation or through some other means, in a sense, and even communication with dolphins and animals and plants, all of this is sort of a preparation for the ability to have ET contact?
Yes.
And then we would be more comfortable in an altered reality, in a sense, where,
Yes.
like you said, it's not a completely physical experience that we're used to.
Yes. Again, this is part and parcel of moving from third density to fourth density. It's a higher vibration, and that higher vibration means you're not experiencing physical reality in exactly the same way that you used to. It's a more refined state of physical experience. You can raise the physical vibration to the point where you are almost just astral.
It's amazing. So when people are attracted to things like remote viewing, lucid dreaming, all of these things are
permission slips for awakening, permission slips for being able to communicate with higher vibrational frequencies of consciousness, no matter what form in which they may present themselves.
So cool. So like when you talked about the frequency on the planet being something around 80,000 cycles per second for the conglomerate of all the humanity, is that correct? Did I get that right?
We were simply saying that the majority of humanity is functioning somewhere below that level.
So emotionally, what kind of a state would that be reflective of, say, versus someone who's at 125,000 or 175,000 cycles per second?
At 175,000 cycles per second, there would be no concept of victimhood. No concept of unworthiness. No concept of non-deservability. No concept of struggle.
And yet you would still be physical, and you'd be on a different earth in a sense.
Yes, and you would experience challenges in a very different way, in a very different light, from a very different perspective. They would be part and parcel of your growth. They would not be something that is done to you, but you would understand that they come through you as part of the agreement, as part of the theme that you chose to explore as a physical entity.
And at 333,000 cycles per second, when you shift over into non-physicality,
well, then you are in spirit. Then you awaken. Then you have knowledge. Then you know things. Then all your questions are answered. Then you understand all of the consequences of all of the choices you made every second of your physical experience. And you absorb all of that and decide what to do next, how to move on, how to incorporate, so to speak, even though you are not corporeal, how to incorporate that into what it is you decide you will now experience next.
It's absolutely fascinating because it's all about consciousness and intelligence. And in that sense, intelligent design.
Well, do not make the mistake of interpreting that in the way many people on your planet do. But the idea is that, yes, it's all consciousness. It's all intelligence. Design is a little bit more of a personal idea, a personalized format or representation. It is just what it is. Designs are perceived as patterns within the overall existence that benefit or reflect what an individual reflection may be choosing to experience. And they would see it as a design, some of which is their own doing, some of which is part and parcel of the nature of existence. But the word design usually has more to do with the idea of an individualized experience to some degree, rather than being representative of the entirety of existence, because it just is what it is. It's not something that was designed or needs to design itself. It just is.
The idea that as your frequency goes up, you experience more and more positive experience of existence.
Yes, because it is collective, it is expansive, it is connective.
So is that like the 51% aspect of creation, of
yes.
consciousness, that
yes.
it can't help itself but move in a direction of feeling good because of 51% being positive, 49% in a sense being negative? Is that correct?
Well, yes, but again, remember, it's because the neutral spot in the center still allows you the freedom to choose. So it's the neutrality that adds to the 50% and makes it 51. Again, these are arbitrary representations and numbers, but you get the point.
Yes, I guess the general point, though, is as you evolve, as you increase your frequency, the flow literally helps you with the momentum of staying in that higher and higher positive state.
Yes.
So it's built into creation.
Yes. Because the idea is that fundamentally what you call creation is collective, connective, a whole system. And therefore, by its very nature, in order to exist, it must flow in that direction more than the negative.
That's great. That's great for us because we've been really challenged here,
Yes, but that's why you chose to be where you are, so that you would be challenged in new ways.
Because that quest for knowledge or learning and everything, that's also inherent in this?
It's the quest for experience. And knowledge comes with it, yes. But it's the quest for experience. It's the quest for being all that you can be. Not to sound like an ad.
And that is what all that is comprised of.
Yes, that's what it is.
Wow.
It is about being all that it is, experiencing all that it is in all the ways that it's possible to do so. And of course, the answer to that is infinite.
Well, that's just wonderful to hear. Can you tell us about meeting, maybe, I think people are interested in meeting some of your family members when we establish contact with you ultimately. Will that happen?
Yes.
Which family members would be most probable?
Depending on the timing, all the family members that I have personally, and many associates from my world, as well as many associates from other worlds.
It's exciting.
Yes.
Can you tell us about Earth is the Schumann resonance, and we wanted to know what other main ET worlds that we're connected with, what resonance would be reflective of those locations?
Your functional, basic Schumann resonance on Earth is about 7.85 cycles per second. Ours on Essassani is about 10 to 11 cycles per second. Many different worlds have different basic resonances.
Pleiadian?
Somewhere around the idea of 8 to 9.
Andromeda? Well,
Andromeda is an entire galaxy.
Galaxy, that's true. Okay, I'll leave it at that. And one person was asking if, once we start being able to see spacecraft and everything that are already there,
yes.
Will we also still just be able to tune it all out so that we don't have all this stuff in our skies? Because we enjoy the sky.
Yes, you can. But again, you may be assuming that your sky will be full all the time. That's not what we meant. It really doesn't necessarily have to be more often or more frequent than the idea of now seeing airplanes moving through your sky, or helicopters, or other devices like that. So it doesn't mean that the sky will be crowded. It just means you'll be able to see some of the traffic. And yes, you can tune it out if you wish and bring it back when you wish.
That's good. And is there anything else you can share with us about the scenarios you were giving us of future contact over the next few years? Some of the predictions, I guess you'd say, that you made?
Well, increase in sightings has already begun. Presently, this year alone, in your terms of counting, your United States has had over 900 sightings. So these will increase and get you more familiar with the idea that our presence is close by. And this will increase up until the idea, once again, as we have said, the highest probability above 90% right now, as we read your collective present energy, is that somewhere around your year of 2026 to 2027, there will be a major contact event that will change everything. We cannot say more than that at this time.
Okay. Is there anything else you can share with us about the idea of when we discover some form of life on another planet in our solar system or through our technology?
It will change your mindset in many different ways. It will open up doorways that have heretofore been thought to be open, but were actually closed, cautiously closed. So the idea is that it will break those doorways down and allow the opportunity to flood in for reaching further with regard to understanding life in the universe.
Is that something that would probably happen in the next few years?
There is a high degree of probability, but again, we will not pin it down at this time because there are still many things in flux about what much of your society is willing and unwilling to look at.
Okay. And one question came in about how you see Earth and all of our parallel realities from your vantage point. Do you see all the parallel Earths that with different probabilities in combination, or do you speak through Darryl in all the parallel Earths at the same time? Can you share a little bit about that from your vantage point?
Only the ones that are relevant for us to know at any given moment. Only the ones that are relevant for different versions of us to come through different versions of the channel at any particular moment. We do not see them all because we do not need to see them all. We see the ones that are relevant for us at any given moment. It helps us calculate the idea of what information to share with what version of a parallel Earth. Because by comparison and contrast, we can see, in a sense, what the probabilities hold for the different Earths in which information is dispensed and what effects, ripple effects there may be from one dimension, one reality, one version to another. So you might say it's an instantaneous higher function calculation of a collective number of parallel versions of Earth that we are communicating to. But remember, this is not the only planet that we communicate with.
Right. So with this planet, are most of the Earths that you're paying attention to, in a sense, the parallel Earths, ones where you're coming through Darryl?
Some version of that, and there are others in other parallel realities, depending upon the need for the pathway that was most convenient and the path of least resistance. There are some variations. But with regard to the ones that are closest to your reality, most of it are different versions of the present channel that you're familiar with.
And as far as other Sasani beings, I know one question came in about concerns about other Sasani beings being channeled and their information in some way conflicting with your information, or something along that line.
If they are truly Sasani beings, there will be no conflict. Sometimes conflicts are simply misunderstandings or limitations in perception or translation. So there must be a lot of discernment about exactly why there may appear to be a conflict. But if they are truly connecting to other members of my society, the fundamental messages will never conflict.
Okay, thank you. And one person was saying that they think that Bell Rock in Sedona, Arizona is hollow, or that it's hollow in another dimension. Can you share a little bit about that?
Well, the word hollow can be misleading because the idea is that there are other dimensions inside Bell Rock, but that doesn't mean that the rock is hollow. It simply means there's a different vibrational frequency and an interpenetrating other dimension in that location that is being perceived. Hollow would not be the correct term.
Do you use Bell Rock in a certain way since that's the location that you chose to be above?
Yes, as we say, it's a major vortex in the southwest region of your United States or your North American continent. And from there, it connects in a variety of vibrational ways to other kinds of vortices in the North American continent. And because of its nature, it has a kind of resonance that does ring like a bell, in a sense, that allows us to assist and add and amplify and magnify and tune the vibrations from our reality to your reality in a way that smooths out certain transitions, without which you might be having, let's say, a more challenging time dealing with the transformational energy that is going on.
Okay. And can you talk more about pyramid UFOs? An individual had an experience in Wiltshire, England with a black pyramidal craft.
Not at this time.
Okay. All right. And see if there's anything. Oh, do ETs enter or inhabit empty homes in the world on Earth?
Sometimes, as we have already spoken of many times, the hybrids that will ultimately live upon your planet with you do practice and sometimes inhabit certain empty spaces and buildings on your planet in order to understand what it might be like to live among you. But they practice in secret in those places. And then they leave.
Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Can you give us the exact number of how many people on Earth are capable of shape-shifting?
In the way that it is meant, about 13. 5 of those have arrived at the sage level, and 3 of them have arrived at the wraith level.
How would a person experience them as a shapeshifter, or for example?
You might not experience them at all. They can shapeshift in a way that makes them invisible to you. But if you were to experience them, you might perceive them as an animal. You might perceive them as what kind of being in one moment and another kind of being from another culture in another moment. You might see them appear to disappear and appear at random. There are many ways in which shapeshifters can be perceived. Because again, remember, they are fluctuating between parallel realities and presenting them to you in a way that allows your belief system to perceive something, even though you might not be perceiving the entirety of what it is they are connecting to. So there are many different ways you might perceive a shapeshifter.
And that would have been some sort of a contract that the person has, not necessarily just a side effect of being at a higher frequency?
Well, that's the result of a contract. It's the result of a theme of exploration. That they are at that frequency. That they have achieved that.
I see. So anyone who achieves that frequency then would be able to do that?
They might be able to. It might not be part of their theme to do it, but they might be able to if they so desire.
Okay.
If it is relevant for them. Just because, as you say often, you can do something doesn't mean that you do it.
I see. And this person is asking about black holes and saying that they seem to be a type of point that breaks down matter into its most authentic form, that being light, and then distributing the light waves to seed into other types of experience.
Yes.
So would it be more accurate to call black holes the seeds themselves? And
Yes.
Can you expand on this?
Not at this time, but it's a relatively accurate nomenclature for the idea of a black hole. They are in many ways physically the seeds of creation in the physical universe.
Okay. And along the lines of communicating with non-physical beings, this person is saying that when their parents passed away, they felt a shift in their being. and the passion that they had for making music their whole life went away. And they started to feel like a completely different person now that their parents are gone, but they actually feel lost, and they're in middle age at this point, and they don't know what their passion is.
All right.
So does that mean that their soul contract with their parents ended and they're meant to be somebody else now? Or why do these things happen?
Soul contracts don't have to end for you to be meant to be someone else. The idea is for them to look at their belief systems as to why they would have interpreted the shifting of their parents in a negative way that would remove from them the passion, instead of stretching out, connecting more to the idea of their parents in spirit, and amplifying and magnifying the idea of whatever their passion happens to be at any given moment, instead of feeling it as a loss. So they need to look more deeply and honestly at their belief systems and why they would connect the idea of the shifting of their parents into spirit as something that would cause them to lose something in their life that they were passionate about. They need to expand their concept of connection and music.
And one person is asking that by doing the channelings, does that mean that Darryl may evolve into someone who can actually shape shift himself to look like you?
There may be a little of that from time to time, as might be perceived by others, the more he resonates in our direction. It's not necessary for him to look completely like us, but that may be one of the symptoms or effects of raising his vibration to some degree.
So does he prepare before each channeling to merge with you, or how does he prepare for it?
Well, at this time, it is something he is very used to experiencing, so not much preparation is required. He recognizes the necessary state and allows himself to simply drop into it, or drift into it, or raise into it, or whatever term you would like. But now it's more of a simple letting go than it is of having any particular exercise or ritual of preparation, as was common in the beginning when he wasn't used to our vibration, where he would go through a ritual of relaxing the body in different ways, relaxing the mind in different ways, feeling the idea of letting go of emotional states, so on and so forth, so that he could reconnect to emotions in a higher level, a higher frequency. So the idea now is he simply shortcuts it, shorthands it, because he is so used to it. So it's now a matter of simply letting go.
And I guess for those of us that are experiencing you, that opportunity exists to be able to tune into the higher frequency like we're doing right now and become accustomed to it and have conversations with you and everything. And then when you leave, in a sense, and Darryl comes back, we still have that residual higher frequency that we can use to look at other aspects of our lives and our challenges and things like that, right?
Yes, because again, remember, I am simply functioning as a type of mask for communication with your own higher minds. So in a sense, anytime you might remember the feeling you had, the state you were in when we had these kinds of conversations, or when you were listening to them and feeling the vibrational frequency, just remembering that will put you in the same state, even if it feels different, for you to be able to communicate with your own higher minds and receive the information that you need more clearly. So to put it simply, you could say, as you're walking along and you have a question, ask yourself, what would Bashar say? And that will immediately put you in the proper state to receive information from your own higher mind.
Is one of the challenges that many humans face to connect with their higher minds, because if they've had a challenging childhood or negative experiences, that they somehow blame their higher mind for letting these things happen to them, etc., and that part of this experience is having a positive experience with that frequency so that we allow ourselves to connect with it?
Well, yes, humans will use many different kinds of excuses to keep themselves separate or experience separation from the idea of their true selves and their higher mind. So these are permission slips, negative permission slips, that key off of fear of not going forward, so they will not be afraid of something bad happening if they do connect, or feeling less than or unworthy. So the idea is that it's similar to the concept of the question that many humans ask, why does God allow bad things to happen? God doesn't allow anything in that sense. God allows everything because you're the ones in control of your reality. God does not direct in that sense because God is everything. God is every experience there can possibly be and has no need of allowing or disallowing anything, which would immediately remove your free will. So the idea is that you, with your free will, are in control of whatever it is that's happening because you are allowed to, because everything is allowed. It's up to you to decide what you prefer. So the idea of people using the reason that their higher mind has done this to them or not done this for them and so on and so forth is just another way of going into a negative belief that you yourself are not in control, when of course you are using your control to make it seem as if you're not.
Amazing. This person was talking about after the session, the window, the door, and the gate. I guess it would have been the first one. They heard footsteps in their hallway, and as first they thought it was their roommate, but eventually they went to see who was pacing, and they opened the door and they saw like a silhouette of a figure turning a corner. So they followed it, and then they saw its silhouette just turn into another room, but then there was no one there. So what was this? Was this a hybrid child, or what was this that they saw?
It can be a spirit guide, but more likely than not, it's one of what many people refer to as a shadow being that lures you into more of yourself, lures you into curiosity, lures you into exploration, lures you into expanding your consciousness and your awareness that there are beings all around you in different dimensions all the time, and allowing your senses to increase in sensitivity to the point where you can begin to see them and know that you always have guidance and always have help to lure you into more of yourself.
And many teachings talk about the purpose of spiritual evolution being to return to God or wake up from the dream. Can you clarify this?
Well, the idea is that physical reality is a dream. And when you become lucid in that dream, you wake up and become more of your true self, which is more reflective of being an aspect of what you call God. The idea of unconditional love, unconditional being, unconditional allowance, unconditional acceptance, no judgment in the negative sense in that way, but the recognition that everything is connected, everything is an expression of all that is, of the one, and that physical reality is just a portion of your consciousness experiencing a temporary condition in which you learn things you otherwise couldn't necessarily experience or learn in any other way.
And since we're constantly navigating to different realities and different parallel versions of people, who are we really in relationship with? What makes these connections real? And how is it that others seem to be able to make their own choices and be different to us in our world than we want them to be, supposedly? And other time, like, how does that work if they have free will, but you're manifesting the version of the person that you're experiencing?
Yes, it doesn't mean those beings aren't real, but again, you're manifesting your version of them, a simulation of them in a sense that is relevant for you and for the agreements that you have made between each other. Remember, there are many layers and levels to this. It's all by theme, it's all by agreement. So you will experience the version of them, even though they are a real consciousness, a real being, that you need to experience in order for your agreement or your side of the agreement to be fulfilled, as they will experience of you, their version of you that allows their side of the agreement to be fulfilled. And the agreements mostly have to do with each of you discovering what you need to discover to become more of your true selves in whatever way, shape, or form that needs to work, according to the themes that you chose to explore. Because again, remember, like vibration to like vibration, you will join and connect and interact with other spirits and other beings and other levels of consciousness, each of which fulfill the agreements you have made with each other to reflect to each other what you need to know to allow you to experience what you agreed to experience in this reality.
So if you're experiencing another person that's not treating you right or something like that,
then it gives you the opportunity to learn how to stand up for yourself and be stronger as an individual, knowing that a person might be coming from fear. Even if they're not conscious of the idea, they can still be presenting you with something that gives you the opportunity to stand your ground, to know who you really are, as opposed to, shall we say, folding or crumbling or caving in to what someone else may be saying about you. So, in a different form and expression of love, whether they know it or not, they may be giving you a sparkling opportunity to really be in your core, to know who you really are, being given the contrast of who you are not, and recognizing that some issues belong to other people and not you. And by being yourself, you give them the opportunity to see the consequence of their choices being reflected by you.
so even if you might experience that as not being in control because the other person is not doing what you want, on another level, you are manifesting that version of that person in order to give yourself an opportunity to become more of your true self.
Let us just be clear about this. Your soul's growth and your evolution is never about what you may want another person to be. It's about what you prefer to be. Again, this is just another version of saying, I'm going to gauge that things are changing because the outside world is changing or another person is changing in the way that I want them to. It's never about what you want for someone else. It's about what you're willing to learn from what is going on and how it is you decide to be a person that you prefer to be, regardless of what other people are doing. Remember, the measure of change is not whether the outside world or anyone else ever changes. The true measure of change is how you respond differently, even if things still look the same. That's what lets you know you've truly changed.
Okay, is there a large percentage of people that are attracted to your information, contact specialists or contact specialists in the future?
Potentially, possibly, yes. We give off certain frequencies that allow for many different kinds of probabilities of attraction and connection that can play out in many other ways based on the idea of things that are similar for us being similar for those people who may be attracted to different portions of our vibration.
But in general, individuals that are attracted to your vibration would be people that are interested in contact.
Maybe. For the most part, yes. The vast majority, yes. Not all, not necessarily. Many people may have different agendas and need different things from our vibration, including things that may seem completely opposite.
Well, and in addition, you've given out so much information about psychological states, how to transform negative states into positive states. All of these things are important to have people who are on Earth and are challenged by the experience of limitation.
Yes. But again, it depends on how they use the energy. It's their choice. It's in their hands. It's in their control.
Right. Are there some ways that we can experience better communication with trees and plants?
Use your imagination. Use your permission slips. See what you're attracted to do. You can, again, start with some of the exercises that Willa Hilla-Chrissing has offered to many of you and will continue to do so in the near future. But it's left up to your imagination and what you're attracted to do and where it is you're attracted to be on the planet that might put you more in contact with nature. Trust your guides, trust your imagination, trust your feelings in that sense.
And one person was saying that they feed a lot of wild animals in the forest, but they feel sad knowing that there's not enough food for all of them and that a lot of them will die. Can they just say, oh, well, this is just an illusion of life, and therefore I don't need to feed them, or
No. That's a misunderstanding. Do what your heart says is true for you. Do not focus on the negative. And with regard to feeding the wild animals, do you also feed humanity? Are you willing to feed the humans that are starving as well? Do you feel empathy and compassion for those that will die of starvation in the human population, as well as the animal population? Because the animals are only reflecting what's going on in humanity, because that's one of the things they do with their unconditional love. So if you feel an empathetic urge to support the animals, allow yourself to take action on the empathetic urge that transfers over also to those in your own human population that are being reflected by the animals in terms of their starvation and their suffering. Again, teach them that they don't have to. Act to feed them where you can, but also feed them information that gives them the opportunity to move forward in a more balanced way. You have a parable on your planet about the idea of giving someone a fish feeds them for a day. Teaching them to fish feeds them for the rest of their life. So while you may have the empathy and compassion to give food to animals and humans, also for the humans, teach them how to feed themselves. Teach them how to live lives where they are knowing they are self-empowered and self-sustaining.
And so when individuals are connecting with higher states of consciousness in plants and animals, and perhaps they feel a sense of, oh, all of this is being destroyed, you know, the forests are being cut down, there's fires, etc.
Yes, and that is so. And that is so. It's not an ignoring of that. It's not an ignoring of that. But it's summoning the willingness to know that that is not necessarily the idea of the expression of balance. And therefore, it's mostly being done out of fear of lack, fear of desperation, so on and so forth, and doing something and take the actions to bring things back into balance. It's not about ignoring it. It's about taking the actions that are representative of the actions that you would be taking if you already lived on a world of balance, and recognizing when something is out of balance to bring it back into balance. It's not about ignoring it. It's not about saying, oh, it's just an illusion. It's about the willingness to take the actions that are representative of bringing everything back into balance.
So from a shamanic perspective,
yes,
if those kinds of negative thoughts are intruding upon your experience of communication with plants and animals, is that the same idea of how to deal with it? Because it lowers your frequency when you go into a negative state about what's happening and can
yes,
break the connection of communication that you're experiencing.
Again, balance. The balance between the acknowledgement of the spirit having chosen to have certain challenges and certain experiences, but why? For the betterment, for learning, for expanding beyond those experiences, for transforming them. So the idea is to do something about it. Knowing that, yes, everything is eternal, knowing that physical reality is an illusion, but also knowing that the experience of physical reality is real. Knowing that the challenges of physical reality are there for your growth if you accept them that way. It's not about not doing anything about it. It's not about going into despair. It's not about just ignoring it because you think it's all an illusion. It's there for your reason. And your reason is to accept the challenge and take the actions necessary to allow you to experience balance between the spirit and the physical, to be the creator and the co-creator, and allow yourself to take the actions in physical language that allow you to experience the reality in yourself that then allows you to act as a living example of what others can also choose, whether they do so or not. So it's about the choices you make that are reflective of the world you say you prefer to live in.
That's really helpful.
All right.
One person is asking about the chakra system and if it's evolving over time, or is it a fixed thing? metaphysically speaking.
There is a structure to it. There's a structure to it. The evolution that happens over time as you become more aware of it and more aware of how to balance it and how to use it to your advantage.
And I guess a last question would be, what are some symptoms, or are there symptoms when your vibration is rising?
Well, again, it depends on how much resistance there is created by negative belief systems or limiting belief systems. It can be experienced as somewhat painful if higher frequency energies are attempting to get through your neurological pathway. In the same way, if you kink a water hose, it's more challenging for the water to get through and can cause leakages to occur at other places. So resistance can cause pain, can cause symptoms of disease, and so on and so forth. So the idea is to become less resistant to that flow of energy, follow the formula, live your life of joy and fulfillment, be your true self, and the resistance will fade. Let go of those belief systems that are fear-based, that don't belong to you, that don't work for you, and the resistance will fade. And the higher frequencies will be more capable of going through you as you become more conductive, superconductive, and hyperconductive.
Okay, and is there anything else you would like to add before we...
Yes, there was a question which may seem like a simple question, but for some people will have a particular effect. A person asked a question as to when I was physically born with regard to the Earth's calendar. I will be born, according to the Earth's calendar, the closest approximation would be the year 2312. And that will suffice for today's transmission, excepting for what now remains for you to enjoy as your meditative exercise and experience. So relax, step out of that doorway, into the yard, and into more and more probability of open contact. Enjoy. Now we invite you all to become very relaxed for this short meditation. Allow yourselves to breathe deeply and easily. Bring in whatever lighting or music you wish. It's up to you. Eyes open, eyes closed. It doesn't matter. Let your imagination have free rein in this. And remember the first part where we had you in your imaginary house looking out the window. Now we invite you to go to the door. As you see yourself walking to the door, as you gently open the door, as you allow yourself to look outside into the yard, there is a fence and a gate beyond of any configuration you so desire, but right now you stay in the doorway, looking at the yard, looking at how beautiful it is, be it landscaped in one way, shape, or form or another is up to your imagination, whatever feels homey and comfortable for you. And as you stand in the doorway regarding the day outside or the night outside, again, any time, any temperature that is comfortable for you, you allow yourself to find that one spot in the yard that is your spot, a perfect spot, to be able to gaze up at the sky. And you go and walk to that spot, or sit in that spot, or lie in that spot. Again, let your imagination be your guide. And you feel the spot holding you, as if in its arms, nurturing you, supporting you, comforting you. It is your spot. It is you. You are you in this spot. As you have come through the door to this new realm, this new place that welcomes you and that you feel comfortable in. It is still part of your home, your imaginary home. But now you are outside, looking up at the sky, be it the day sky, the night sky, with clouds or not. And you allow your eyes and your senses to sort of focus on a different level of the sky, a deeper level of the sky. And you start to see little flitting images or lights, or things that almost look like heat waves, invisible, but they're there. and you see them going to and fro, coming and going, flitting like insects through the sky, flying hither, thither, and yon, coming through open portals and closing them, going into open portals and closing them, back and forth, crisscrossing the sky in a number of different ways. And every now and then one may stop and regard you down there in your yard in front of your house, having come through the door, and send a greeting, send a message, just a quick hello, or an energy of love, or just a connection of some sort. And you just become aware, fleetingly, or at length, of this connection, this awareness, this bond, and then it goes on its way. But the feeling lingers. It stays with you. It stays in your mind, it stays in your heart, it stays in your soul. It will never go away. Whether you feel it or not, it will always be there. You have come through a doorway to a new place, a new level, a new understanding, a new vibration. And you stretch your senses out as you stretch your body and feel that comfort, feel the warmth and the ease, the familiarity in your yard. And you know that there is, again, that wall, that gate, that fence, all around the yard. You don't yet venture there because right now you belong right here, outside the door, having stepped out, having opened yourself up, having created an invitation in your mind and your heart and your soul. And welcome those travelers, those observers, those witnesses, those helpers, those members of your family, both in spirit and extraterrestrial and extra-dimensional. And you allow your senses to become sharpened, more refined, to be able to see, to be able to sense the increase in the coming and going, in the participating and partaking of all of those entities, as they start to recognize more and more deeply your willingness to interact, your willingness for more contact, because of your willingness to be more of yourself. It's not that you need them, but it's that you invite them as an equal, as a different equal, as something beautiful, just as you are, as something worthy of interaction, just as you are, as something loving and loved unconditionally, as you are. Now stay in this yard and just enjoy and relax and feel yourself fully, body, mind, and spirit. Feel yourself fully relaxing into, melting into the beauty of this yard, the welcoming of this yard, outside your front door of this beautiful house that is yours, where you live. For this house is you. It is where you live. It is your creation. It nurtures you and supports you, comforts you, welcomes you, but also allows you the free rein to venture beyond the window and out the door and into the yard, step by step, even though you know your next steps will take you to the gate. Allow yourself to bask right now in the sunlight, in the moonlight, in the starlight, or under the clouds, or the open sky. And feel the breezes, and feel all the life around you in the yard, on every level. The plants, the insects, any other animals, other people you may have chosen to invite in, even for a flicker of an instant. Spirit guides, soul family, invite them all, and stretch beyond the invitation to extra-dimensional, extraterrestrial beings, and of course, as always, your own higher mind and source. All are here, all are now, in your yard, your very own yard, your imagination, in your consciousness, a beautiful space, a beautiful place, and a beautiful race of being. Breathe it in. Smell the grasses, the plants, the trees, the air. All it nurtures you. All it comforts you. All it supports you. All it loves you. Unconditionally. For that is the vibration of all that is. That is the vibration of what you call heaven. The world of spirit is permeated, as is your house and your yard, with unconditional love, the frequency of existence itself. In every cell of your being, it's beautiful, it's wondrous, it's miraculous and mysterious. And therein, that mystery, lies all the answers you seek, for all exist within yourself. Discover them. Move forward with excitement and curiosity and joy. And we welcome you home. We welcome you home. We welcome you home. Contact has begun. Continue to breathe deeply, gently. Our unconditional love to you all, our deep appreciation to you all. We are in service to you. Avea. Good day and sweet dreams.
All you will ever discover in the deepest, darkest, most fearsome abyss.
A real say good day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right, now, first and foremost, allow us once again to thank each and every one of you and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction. Once again, each and every time you are willing to co-create these interactions with us, it forms a bridge, a link, and a connection between our reality and yours so that we can, together, more and more every day in every way, create a third new reality in which we can both interact in new ways. So we thank you for the gift that you have given to us of sharing. We would like to begin this idea, this transmission, this night of your time, by discussing something that we have labeled debunking the debunkers, talking about the gullible, the skeptical, the cynical. The idea has been expressed many times on your planet that there are unusual phenomenology that occur from time to time that many individuals on your planet either do believe or do not believe are occurring. Obviously, there are certain things that are perhaps misinterpretations of certain things. This can happen, obviously. Not every single thing that someone may think is a certain thing is a certain thing. Nevertheless, the idea of finding balance within your investigations and your relation to the idea of unusual phenomenon in your world is one that requires a clear, concise approach to remain in balance. And the idea is that what you call being skeptical is in and of itself a natural, healthy point of view, especially for your world, where there are so many deceptions that may occur on your planet, so many different agendas that may occur, and that individuals may wish to take advantage of others. Therefore, remaining skeptical can, in your world, be a healthy thing to do. However, the idea is that skepticism, by definition, is an open-minded state of a willingness to explore something, a willingness to look at what you call evidence, a willingness to understand your relationship to it, your personal relationship to it, and a willingness to allow for a new belief to come in, to challenge the old belief you may have been holding on to. Not the idea that you must change your belief, but a willingness to allow for the possibility that your beliefs, be they long held or cherished, may nevertheless require some change. The idea, of course, is that on polar opposite sides of the balance point of skepticism are the issues of gullibility and cynicism. We have said once before that cynicism, the formula for cynicism is CIA. Cynicism equals ignorance plus arrogance. Now, the understanding is that, unlike the idea of open-minded skepticism, where you are willing to investigate, willing to take in new information, open to the possibility of changing your point of view, cynicism is that which has its mind made up, has a belief system and an agenda totally intact, and is unwilling to change. The idea being, therefore, that cynicism dismisses any new ideas that may challenge the paradigm that exists within. Gullibility, for most of you, means being open to accepting just about anything without any kind of filtration system, without any kind of discernment. The idea, however, is to recognize a fascinating fact about the polar opposites of gullibility and cynicism. They are not polar opposites. They are different versions of the same thing. Gullibility also has cynicism within it. Cynicism also contains a great degree of gullibility. Allow us to explain. The fundamental similarity between gullibility and cynicism is the same issue. I believe what I believe, and nothing will change that despite any evidence to the contrary. The gullible, in accepting everything without any kind of discernment, are actually saying the same thing. I have a belief system that I do not want to change no matter what. It's the same thing that the cynics say. I have a belief system I do not want to change no matter what. The gullibility inherent in cynicism is this. When a cynic often looks at the so-called actually investigating the true evidence, the true story, may simply be gullibly accepting the folk tale and using that and dismissing that as if they are dismissing true scientific evidence, when in fact all they're doing is saying the folk tale may not be actually representative of what's actually going on, and therefore because the folk tale is not true, the reality must also not exist. And so by saying that, by approaching it that way, the cynic has actually gullibly swallowed the general folk tale that has been put forth by individuals who may in fact be gullible. So in that sense, the gullible and the cynical have a connected relationship, a marriage of sorts, and they feed off each other, all pushing away from each other in that sense, leaving the idea of skepticism in the center. So all we are basically suggesting here is that you in your investigation of anything that you may hear that seems unusual in your world, allow yourselves to remain in the center, in balance with your investigation as to whether or not it means something to you, whether or not it ought to be incorporated into your belief system structure, whether or not it really serves you in a positive, beneficial way, and allow yourself to maintain a sense of discernment as to what is and what is not appropriate for you. Now, of course, we understand there are many different points of view, many different belief systems, and for each and every individual, whatever belief system they are holding to be true for themselves at any given moment is true for them at that moment, even if it seems contradictory to another. But the only reason we are discussing the issues of gullibility and cynicism in this context is because very often the idea of those who are gullible and accept everything and those who are cynical and accept nothing often attempt to push that point of view on others. So if you are going to have a particular point of view that you believe is contradictory to anyone else's point of view, by all means, you are entitled to create that for yourself. But understand, you are not entitled to create that for anyone else. The idea is that each and every single one of you have the power, have the given gift to decide what is true for you, but do not have the ability to decide what is true for anyone else. Therefore, in the idea of accepting what is true for you as being all well and good, the idea, therefore, of communicating it to another is where the idea of balanced skepticism comes into play, in that when you transmit information that you may feel is true for you and would never likely change, the idea of sharing that to be balanced always comes with the allowance that whoever you are sharing that point of view with does not in any way, shape, or form need to believe you. And that's not what it's about. Sharing the idea of a point of view is an opportunity to give someone an option to consider another idea, another belief, another point of view. But it is only an option. It is only a sharing. It is only an opportunity to decide for themselves whether your point of view works for them, whether it's something they can form a consensus agreement upon. But no one really needs to do that. In fact, as we have stressed several times, none of you even need to believe anything we have just said. This is our point of view. This is our perspective. This is our understanding from our civilization based on our experience, our evolution, and what works for us. Now, yes, it is true. There are some general consensus ideas and beliefs that are common to almost everyone on your planet. These are the things you have already created a consensus agreement about that are put on, shall we say, automatic pilot, so you don't have to really think about them day to day. You can get on about the business of simply living your life without having to think about the idea of whether gravity is suddenly going to cancel on you. That's a consensus agreement that there is such a thing as gravity. Nevertheless, obviously, in this day and age of exploring consciousness and beginning to realize that physical reality is only an illusion and that you create whatever you are experiencing it to be, many individuals are beginning to explore and examine the possibility that gravity may not necessarily be such a given, that solidity may not necessarily be so solid, that things are malleable, that space-time can be flexible, stretched, bent, altered, and experienced in a new way. And the more you allow your vibrations to focus on these things, the more you will synchronistically experience the results of that point of view, of course, because this is the general consensus you have all agreed to explore, especially in this lifetime, the idea of the expansion of consciousness, which then brings the realization that physical reality is nothing but your game, your creation, your illusion, your experience. Physical reality itself, as we have said several times, is not unto itself a real, solid thing outside you. The experience of physical reality is real, but not the physical reality itself. It's just a mirror. Nevertheless, you have, to a great degree, created some consensus reality. But as that changes for several individuals, as there is created new points of view And as there is consensus even among small groups about different points of view from the general consensus, new bubble realities are thus then created within the overall consensus agreement. As time goes on, as you proceed in your investigation of things that have historically been considered unusual, unbelievable, unreal, and start to find out that many of them in fact are real, are very believable, are in fact extremely experienceable by each and every one of you, you will thus then imbue the general consensus reality with more and more vibrations that are representative of more people's ability to see some of those unusual things actually come to pass, come to fruition, become more concrete, more stable, more experiential. That will happen over the course of time as you create time to exist. But nevertheless, in this transitional timing that's going on now on your planet, when each and every one of you are really busy about the experience of deciding what is true for you and what kind of a reality you really wish to experience your life to be, as you redefine yourselves, find out what you have been labeling things as and change those labels to suit the idea of your true, natural, joyful selves, which is available to you all without exception. As you go through this process, all that we are suggesting to you that has worked for us is that you allow yourself to be open to the possibility that as you adopt new beliefs, that those beliefs in and of themselves are no more capable of becoming concrete than you wish them to be, and that they themselves are always open to change as you gain new understanding and new perspectives of yourself as an aspect of creation. So, if you wish to experience the idea of gullibility and accept everything, as you say, willy-nilly, that's your choice. But it will allow you to take a longer time to create for yourself the ability to discern what actually works best for you and what does not. If you wish to create the idea of a cynical point of view, be our guest. You are entitled to create that if you wish. But again, from our experience, we simply caution you that it will allow you to create more time in which to create the reality of your preference. Only the balance point is the thing from our experience that allows you to create the reality you prefer in an ever-flexible, ever-changing, rapidly accelerating manner. So it's up to you to decide what you prefer. Doing it slowly, doing it quickly, doing it in between at a pace that is comfortable for you. It's up to you. But recognize simply that all of it is your creation. All of it. And that every point of view is valid, but there are always consequences to the choices you make, mechanically speaking. Of course, many of you understand that when we say consequences, we are not discussing the issue of punishment or anything like the idea of negative judgment. We are simply talking physics, mechanically. There is always a reaction to every action. And therefore, it's about gaining more discernment about what the consequences are mechanically for every action that you take, for every stance that you take, for every state of being you choose to be in. The idea, therefore, is to allow yourselves to recognize that you can make choices that will determine what kind of experience you have. And if you are not enjoying the experience you are having, you can allow that to change by making different choices. It's really as simple as that. I know that for many of you it doesn't seem to be that easy because you have a difficult time figuring out how to get in touch with what choices you're already making that are creating the experiences you say you don't want. But nevertheless, it's actually a relatively simple thing to do. All you have to do is get in touch with the thing that you are using to define, the label you are using to define any particular experience that you are having. And once you get a handle, as you say, once you make transparent the label you have been using, whether consciously or unconsciously, to define the reality that you are experiencing, it will become clear why you have been experiencing the things that you have. Because as you label a thing, so thus then does the consequence issue therefrom and give you that experience. What you put out is what you get back, as we have said many times and call the third law of creation. Therefore, balance is the key, literally, that will unlock all perspectives to you and give you the discernment to decide, even if it's through the auspices of figuring out what you are not, to decide what it is you truly prefer to be. Many people on your planet will take that route. They will explore many things. They will find that it will allow certain kinds of negative experiences to happen in their lives, but that may simply be their way of exploring what they are not to more clearly define what they are. And when you choose to go from the darkness to the light, in that sense, when you choose to balance yourself out, then by having gone into the darkness to define what you are not, it may be that much simpler for you to define what you are, and that much easier to go into the light and create realities of your preferential choice that are in alignment with your true core self. Is this making some sense to you?
Yes.
All right. So, the idea, therefore, to simply sum up the issue of debunking the debunkers is to pay attention to the fact that when individuals seek to debunk, they are often themselves simply afraid to look at new ideas, new things. When an individual is also gullible enough to accept everything without discernment, it is also the same issue. They are afraid to see something else that they think will be something unacceptable, something distasteful, something to be feared. You may have that experience, but none of it is empirically true. There is nothing to fear in anything that you will discover. Every single thing you will investigate, every single thing, the deepest fear, the greatest joy, every single thing that you will investigate, you will always, I guarantee you, discover simply more of yourself, more of your true core being, because that's all there is to discover. However, as we said, you do not need to take our word for it. We know it works from our experience, and many of you know it works from your experience. All of you have the ability to experience it for yourselves, and we will leave it up to you to choose to do so if you wish. So once again, we will thank you, each and every one of you, for allowing us to share that point of view as a potential idea to take in, to absorb, to use as a tool in your lives, however it seems appropriate for you to do so. And in return for the gift that you are giving to us, we ask you now, how may we serve you? You may ask your questions or bring up your subjects if you so desire.
So those of you, maybe a few people would like to come. I know. So in the meantime, Bashar, we have some listeners.
One moment. How about the nice time instead of the mean time? How about the kind time?
I vote for that. The
All right.
kind time.
In
I
the
like
kind
that.
time.
Okay. We have listeners that reach us through News for the Soul Radio.
Yes.
And also on the website, we have a place where people get to ask you questions.
Yes, we understand.
So I'm going to ask you a question from one of those sources.
All right.
Okay. And that question is, we'd like you to talk about climate change and global warming and explain to us from your perspective what's going on, and basically find out how we can best engage in helping the situation.
All right. First and foremost, recognize, yes, many of you have the understanding that to some degree your technology and the creation of such things as pollution and so on and so forth are accelerating certain kinds of conditions on the planet. This is so. Nevertheless, what you are accelerating is a natural cycle that has occurred on your planet many times. There have been many warming periods, many cooling periods. Now, because you have arrived at a certain point in your technology where you are capable of affecting your environment more than ever before, you have accelerated the natural warming cycle that is going on now. This is actually right now the end of your ice age. It's been going on for a little while, but this is actually now the ending of it. And when it continues to end over the course of the next couple of decades of your time, you will find that some of the oceans will rise as they did before. The approximate average over the entire span of the initial phase of the warming, which will be several decades long, the entire rise of the ocean will be approximately about 10 to 15 of your feet. The idea, therefore, is that in some places this will happen slowly, although there will be some places where when ice dams break, there will be immediate inundation, and it should be paid attention to prevent the idea of loss of life. Nevertheless, once the idea of the warming trend continues, you will then find that, like the cycle has before, it will ultimately cycle back into a cooling trend as well, as the planet has done, going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth for many, many, many millions of your years. The idea, therefore, however, is to understand that even though it may be a natural cycle, the recognition that you have the capability of accelerating it puts you in touch with your power and your effect on the environment and the choices that you make. It isn't even so much the idea of destroying the world as it is simply the idea of recognizing your responsibility to choose what kind of an experience in reality you actually prefer to have and make the choices that are in alignment with that. Remember that your planet has gone through many things that are far more destructive than you are actually even capable of manifesting. Gigantic asteroid strikes, solar flares, all sorts of things have happened to your planet that have extinguished life again and again and again. The idea, however, is now you have arrived at a place where you are recalling events, bringing together memories of other lives, other experiences. This is a culmination kind of age on your planet, where you are capable of drawing from the experiences of many thousands of years of lives, bringing them all to bear, and deciding for yourselves how you wish to be, what kind of reality you wish to have, and acting accordingly. So the idea of doing this at this time of this natural cycle is forcing you into a situation where you have to face the choices that you make and really come together to decide what kind of reality, what kind of world, what kind of civilization you really wish to have, and how you wish to relate to nature, how you wish to relate to creation, so there can be ease of creation instead of the idea of creating catastrophic shifts, catastrophic circumstances that are for the purpose of shaking you and jarring you to your senses. You don't have to do it that way. So as you learn to ease up, lighten up in your relationship with the idea of all things in nature, you thus then have the ability to shift yourselves to parallel reality after parallel reality that are already representative of the kind of world that you prefer. Because that's actually how the world changes. The world you're on never changes. It always exists exactly as it is now. It's just that when you change yourself, you change your frequency, you shift yourself to the frequency of a parallel reality Earth that is already on that vibratory level, that is already representative of the kind of shift you have made within yourself. So in essence, you change nothing but yourself. And that's how you apparently change the world. Does that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
It's a privilege to speak with you in this manner.
It is an honor for us to communicate with each and every one of you as well.
My second question actually dovetails with your last answer.
All right.
And
thank you for your synchronicity.
Yes. What I wanted to ask you is that when you go back in time and you alter or interact with a past,
yes,
like such as ours,
yes,
you are creating an alternate reality for yourself to some degree and can choose to go back to that alternate reality or to the one that you started from. Is that true?
Well, yes and no. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I will. First of all, of course, recognize that when you say back in time, that's just a linear euphemism. I'm not really going back in time because time is an illusion and all realities exist at the same time. Make sense?
Yes.
All right. So since you know that all realities and everything in existence all exist now, and that the so-called past and the so-called future are just illusions, they're just convenient space-time linear names for other simultaneously coexistent parallel realities going on right now with this one, in that sense, I haven't really altered anything. We are interacting with whatever parallel reality we are interacting with, and as we interact with it, that becomes the history of that parallel reality. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Therefore, we can choose to go in different directions. We can choose to create different experiences. And as we do so, we are, of course, shifting, as we have just described, into different parallel realities in order to have those different experiences. But we aren't really altering time because everything already different experiences. But we aren't really altering time because everything already exists at once. It's just that we're shifting into parallel realities where such an interaction is already part of the definition of that parallel reality. And in that context, we are changing nothing except ourselves. Make sense?
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
Sort of.
Oh, all right. In what way do you wish to explore this in more detail for clarity?
From the physical aspect.
I am speaking from the physical aspect.
Okay. Well, it exists all at once.
Yes. As we said, it is similar to the analogy of your television set on Earth.
Right.
Where you know you have many different programs that you can experience all at the same time. They're all there at once, but you only get the one that you're tuned to. But when you change the channel, you get a different reality. You get a different story. So yes, all physical realities, all dimensions of experience, all parallel planes, all ideas of past, present, and future, all exist right now, simultaneously. They are just separated by different frequencies in the same way that the different television programs are separated by different frequencies.
Okay. I understand that you're partially physical.
Yes.
But you're also very non-physical.
In our evolution at this time, we are quasi-physical.
Yes.
Shifting, in a sense, back and forth, vibrating in a quasi-physical, non-physical energy state. Yes.
Okay. From my perspective, I'm very serial. I'm just going from one moment to the next moment. And
yes.
It's all like the...
That's your perspective, yes.
Like the film on the projector running.
Yes.
So I was wondering, you know, since you are able to experience this sensation,
yes.
I was wondering, do you...
Though not as tightly as you do.
Okay.
For us, it's like looking at several film strips at once and being able to go between them.
Ah. So it's a multi-experience.
It is a multi-dimensional experience, which is why we often refer not to a universe, but to a multiverse.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, it is full of awe, if you say so.
Okay, I had another quick question.
Yes.
Where do we remember? Trying to understand the differences in higher mind and physical mind in the sense that...
Where do you remember?
From the standpoint that 25,000 years ago that we had chose to forget that we were unconditionally loved,
yes.
and so forth.
Yes.
And that it seems like that since the higher mind understands our path ahead, that it would also understand that we were unconditionally loved.
Yes.
And so it knows all that. I was just
yes.
trying to okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You answered my question.
Well, thank you.
To
go further, you remember from the present. Because that's all you're doing is literally remembering yourself, pulling yourself together, to be in the present, where access to all information exists, all at once. So memory is not a thing in that sense that happens in the brain per se, except that you can allow the brain to configure itself electrochemically, neurologically, to be the kind of flexible receiver that will allow you to know what you need to know when you need to know it. In that context, in our civilization, we have absolutely no memory whatsoever. We remember nothing in the way that you mean it on earth. But we know what we need to know when we need to know it. Therefore, it works just as well as having what you would call a perfect memory. So the idea is to simply live in the moment, live in the now, live in the present, where all information exists, and you will tap into whatever information you need at that moment. You won't get it a second sooner than you need it, but you won't get it a second later than you need it either. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Does that help?
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
I have a question when you talked about that we can access memories from past lives, although...
Yes, because it's all going on right now.
Right.
So all you're doing is cross-connecting to a simultaneously coexistent vibration.
So I just wanted you to comment because I am currently accessing memories from this, I guess this place on planet Earth about 155,000 years ago called Lemuria.
Yes.
And
that is a more recent name for it in your society.
What was the old name?
Mu.
Oh, Mu. Okay. And in this reality, there were not only humans living on Earth, but there were also elves, pixies, dwarves.
Well, in a sense. Now, they still exist, but you must understand that these are different dimensional beings. It's simply that as you have changed yourself, your vibration, you have taken yourself to a parallel reality Earth, speaking of you all as a species in general, you have taken yourself to parallel reality Earths that don't contain the frequency necessary to perceive into other dimensions as easily as you used to. But in those ancient times, when you were more connected to nature, when you were more connected to your intuition, to your natural selves, you had the ability to perceive into multitude of dimensions simultaneously, and so the ability to interact with different kinds of consciousness as it would express itself in different forms in those different dimensions. All those beings and all those dimensions still express themselves that way, and many of you are beginning to recapture and reclaim and recreate the original vibrations that allow you to perceive into those different dimensional realms that are inhabited by forms of consciousness other than your own.
Okay.
Does that help?
A little bit.
Oh, all right. Where would you like to go with this idea?
So I guess this is going to sound strange. Well,
going to sound strange to us?
Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. I was told in a psychic reading, and
yes,
that originally I was actually an elf.
All right, now, we understand what is meant. Let us clarify this idea.
Okay.
Again, we ask you to keep the perspective that all things exist simultaneously.
Right.
So, when you say, I was an elf, you are you.
Right.
You have never been anything but you.
Okay.
Because that's you, this particular personality.
Right.
All right? So, nevertheless, what is typically referred to in your language as the oversoul, do you know that term?
Yes.
The oversoul, the large, shall we say, consciousness aggregate, from which extensions form and create different experiences of different lives and different realities. The oversoul that creates you also is simultaneously creating an experience in that other dimension as the kind of being that you refer to in your reality as an elf.
Right.
So it's not that you were an elf.
Right.
But you have, through the oversoul, cross-connecting vibrations to a simultaneous existence as another parallel self in that form.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sort of.
Sort of. All right.
I mean, is that why I can sort of access those memories? Okay.
Because in that sense, when you have any given life, you design that life to cross-connect energetically to any other simultaneously coexisting reality that you need to draw upon for information, for energy to aid and assist you in each life. So every single life does that. The life of the so-called elf expression also draws upon your experiences in this particular parallel reality to aid and assist it in its experience of life. So there is always cross-communication going on between you and all other simultaneously co-created lives that come from the same oversoul of which you are a part. When you become more sensitive to that cross-communication, you begin to attract information in that way. And it was simply perceived by someone who is somewhat psychically sensitive, but it was stated to you in a typical folkloric manner. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Saying you were an elf.
Right.
That's the mythology, that's the folklore way of saying it.
Okay.
We are now describing to you the idea of the physics understanding behind how that's actually structured. Does that make sense now?
Right. So if there's cross communication going on,
yes,
does that mean you can alter what's going on in each life?
Well, in a sense, you are helping each life to choose how to alter its own life. Because the idea is that as you walk through life, let's say, for example, you're walking down one of your streets,
right,
and you are suddenly struck with an inspiration to do something you hadn't thought of before.
Right.
By acting on that inspiration, does that not determine a new course for your life at that moment, shift you into a new parallel reality?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. The idea is that, how do you know that inspiration didn't come from an experience of another parallel self in another reality?
Okay.
So in that way, you could say the experience of that parallel life gave you information that you turned into or experienced as or translated as an inspiration that thus then allowed you to take action in a direction you hadn't thought of before. So in that context, yes, you affect each other.
Okay.
And the oversoul's perspective is that it is gathering information simultaneously from all of those versions of itself simultaneously.
Okay.
So it is also, in that sense, shall we say, affected by the experiences of all the extensions it has created to experience different dimensions of reality. And that alters its course by choices it makes. And on and on and on and on and on and on and on, all the way up to the one. But not quite to the one. Why not, you ask?
Yes.
Because the one, by definition, never changes. The one is all that is.
Right.
And all that is all that is. And cannot become something other than all that is. So the idea of all these changes only goes up to just under the one.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Does that help you?
Yes.
Does that answer your
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, but I had another
what
question
a surprise.
related. This sort of just came on Thursday.
You mean an inspiration?
An idea about Lemuria.
An idea, yes.
That it might have also, the people from Lemuria might have also come from, it's like a planet near Sirius.
You must all understand that what you are picking up on is the idea that there is extraterrestrial DNA and genetics in all of you.
Okay.
And the idea is that happened a long time ago, but that the civilization you call Lemuria was one of the earliest ones that expressed one of the full balances of human and alien DNA. They did interact also with extraterrestrial beings here and there, but they were the progeny of the natural development of evolution on your planet, altered by extraterrestrial DNA, and thus then also evolved to a high level of interactivity with nature. Okay. But you are picking up on all those frequencies because they all exist within you, and you're starting to recognize that.
So another thought, sorry, last question. So if you have access to these memories through these parallel lives in other worlds, and there's this thing that you can create, like it's a vesicle Pisces and it's like a portal.
Yes.
Can you use those not past life, but memories from another dimension? Can you then not use them to travel back into those lives because you have the memories?
You can gain more awareness or more focus from the perspective of that part of the oversoul experiencing that life. But again, remember, it's not you.
Right.
In a sense, let's put it this way. There's already somebody there that's already a part of your oversoul.
Right.
You are you, they are they. You're not going to exactly have their life. But you can gain as much information and experience and perspective, many times even very solidly, very holographically, very really, but it will only be for the purpose of allowing you to interpret that information in a way that's applicable in the life as you.
Right.
Because otherwise there would be no purpose in receiving that information. Does that make sense?
Well, so
if you fully simply took on the mantle of the full experience of that life,
right,
it would just be experienced from the point of view of that version, and you would no longer know yourself as you.
Right.
So you would never know you had done it anyway.
Okay.
Make sense?
Sorta.
Sorta. All right. Why don't you go and sorta this out for yourself?
All right. Thank you.
Play with it, all right? Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Good morning, I guess I should say, because you're seeing the dawn above Cairo right now?
No, I am above Sedona.
Oh, I apologize. My question is kind of personal.
Well, all right. Because it comes from a person, I suppose.
To the best of my knowledge.
All right.
I understand that the channel Darryl was shown on 2 occasions the black triangle.
Yes.
And I myself have experienced a black triangle hovering above my car and flashing me with a search beam, I guess, would be a good way.
Yeah, it's all right.
And since then, I've had many, many experiences, including some limited telepathy and many other things. And I was just not quite clear as to the reasoning behind it.
The reason?
The direction I'm supposed to take, perhaps.
You are supposed to follow the highest excitement you can imagine acting on. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that too simple? Would you like me to complicate it?
Please.
All right. Let us back up. Understand that each and every one of you have chosen this life. When you chose this life, from the idea of the spirit level, you also made certain agreements with different kinds of people, both in your life and on other planes of existence. These agreements usually play out as certain kinds of events that unfold in synchronous timing. The reason for making these agreements, because you knew that by having an earth experience you would probably forget a lot of those agreements. Much of the purpose of those meetings and those agreements and those appointments is to spur you toward remembering more of who you are. The way you easily do that, and the way you apply the effect of those experiences as you have had them, is to act every moment that you can to the best of your ability on whatever comes along as an option or an opportunity that contains the highest amount of high vibratory excitement and passion that you are capable of acting on. If you do that, you will be instilling within yourself the vibration of your true core self, and it will actually help you have more insight and more memory in the moment of why those meetings took place, what they are for, and how to use them. Your world will expand, your vision will open up, you will understand the bigger picture of all the agreements that you have made. But those are like friends that come along every now and then and give you a little nudge and say, remember, it's time to get on about doing this. So the idea is that whatever that experience has turned your mind to focus on, whatever it has inspired you to explore, was the purpose of the meeting. But the fundamental purpose is to get you to act on your highest joy and so become more and more and more of the self you agreed to become in this life experience. Does that make sense to you?
It does.
It does, but?
Okay. Following my excitement has come into contrast with just my earthly needs and necessities, you know.
Nonsense. If you are actually, truly acting on your excitement, there can be no conflict. So if you are experiencing the idea of conflict between the concept of following your excitement and your so-called earthly needs, what that means is you are still working on the process of figuring out to believe that your excitement can support you. Now, if you have a belief system still that says, my excitement cannot support me fully, then I would certainly not advise you to just jump away from your present belief systems. If you have present belief systems that say you have to do A, B, and C in order to fulfill your earthly needs, then I would advise you to hold on to those beliefs and honor them and still work with them. Nevertheless, from our perspective, I can guarantee you that if you actually at any time truly allow yourself to fully act on your highest joy with the understanding that your highest joy is the driving engine and the organizing principle of your life, and that it will automatically and synchronistically bring you everything you need in whatever form it really needs to be there, then you will allow yourself to experience the fact that it can actually do that. It's only the physical mind's ego structure that thinks certain things have to happen in a certain way, or somehow you will suffer. If you allow the higher mind to guide you in this, you will find the higher mind is capable of bringing you everything you need, even though sometimes that thing may be different than the physical mind's idea of what that should be. Is that making some sense?
Yes, it does.
We will be talking a little bit more about the idea of how to form a stronger relationship between physical mind and higher mind in what you call tomorrow's transmission. All right?
All right.
Does this help you for now?
It does.
Why, thank you.
Thank you, Bashar.
Hello, Bashar.
And are you good day?
How you doing?
Perfect, and you?
Good.
Oh, all right.
Thanks for asking.
All right. You are welcome.
Do you have any books to be published soon? Like any agreement between you and Darryl to...
There are already a few, and the channel and those involved in disseminating the information are working on plans to publish other books, but you can talk to them about that.
All right.
Since I am not part of the publishing company.
All right, I'll do that.
All right.
Other question is, I know that our bodies are made of energy. I understand that.
Yes.
So any ailments or any diseases we have, does it have to do with any energy blocks in our physical bodies?
It can. Again, the idea is that you have formed a general consensus reality and agreed that certain things shall be generally held as true. A lot of these general consensus truths have to do with how physical reality works. A lot of it has to do, therefore, with the idea of chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, blockages can occur by absorbing into your bodies the idea that you have labeled as toxins. And if you have toxins in your body, which all of you do, then that can, because of the consensus reality of how chemistry functions, actually block the cellular structures in your body from absorbing the appropriate nutrients to allow your body to rapidly balance and heal itself. Therefore, this is why we strongly urge individuals who are attempting to make themselves more receptive to synchronicity and higher energies to thoroughly detoxify their bodies on a relatively regular basis, to get the toxins out and put the proper nutrients in to allow the body to operate on the neurochemical electrical level that it was intended to operate on so that it can function in a balanced state.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yes, it does. Other question is, it has to do with, you were talking in your book about the properties of an object.
Yes.
And by changing them, you could change the object itself.
Yes.
And you could do time travel and everything.
Yes.
So can we, as third-dimensional beings, become the frequencies of the places we want to go to and visit? For example, let's say Andromeda or Mars. Or
However, you cannot do that as third-dimensional beings. However, you can do it as fourth-dimensional beings.
All right. So
remember that you actually exist in the fourth dimension. We know that a lot of terminology on your planet gets confused on this issue. Third density, fourth density, third dimension, fourth dimension. Physically speaking, mechanically speaking, mathematically speaking, you're actually in 4 dimensions. 3 of space, 1 of time.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, by accelerating the idea of yourself as a 4th dimensional being and raising the vibration so that you're coming closer to 5th dimensionality, you can thus recognize that location is simply one of the variables of the definition of an object, and you can transport yourself to various places even as we do.
Mm-hmm. So for the time being, then, we're just going to do detox and everything to be allowing the higher frequencies.
It will be a beginning. We will see if you can detox your way to Andromeda.
All right.
There may be other belief systems also involved in that process that may require some changing.
All right. It will happen in time, right?
It can.
Yeah. All right. All right. I've been following my excitement, especially recently.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
And So I've been already passing through two different fields, which is business field and medical field.
All right.
And the second is more exciting than the first, but still not completely.
All right.
So I've
now
been
remember, first of all, before you continue, if I may,
yes,
when we talk about the idea of doing something that excites you, we are also talking about doing it in the most exciting way that you can. Sometimes individuals may think a certain thing doesn't excite them, but that may be only because they're not doing it in as exciting a way as they could be doing it. Sometimes you also can make the decision that certain things are not representative of your excitement, but you have to have the ability to make the discernment as to which is which. And the first thing to always check is simply that you may be making something seem not exciting because of your belief systems about it, when in fact you could actually be going about it in a more exciting way and reclaiming the excitement that is there. So as long as you check that first, then you can make a decision more easily as to whether or not the thing itself is truly representative of your excitement or not.
Okay. So you answered my question, which is I am thinking now to be in the nonprofit field.
Oh, all right.
And
why is that exciting for you?
Because I feel it fits my personality a lot. I feel I have qualities that match this field more than others, and I also can able to help people who need help.
All right, and this is exciting for you,
It
yes?
is exciting for me, yes.
All right, and so what actions will you take in that direction?
I've been already researching on taking a degree in school again the third time.
All right.
But since I've been planning to simplify my life also,
Yes.
if I do that, I'm gonna have to take more debt and everything.
Maybe,
to achieve
maybe
it.
not. Why do you assume that that's the case?
Uh,
Because that's the way it's always been?
In a way, yes.
Well,
but
what does the way it's always been have to do with the way it can be?
I got your point.
Oh, thank you. Are you going to act on it?
I am going to act on it,
All
but
right.
do you have any comment or advice or guidance towards how I'm going to act on it?
Well, I sort of just gave you some. The
more
idea
details.
is to start relaxing your definitions of what seems to work for everyone else and recognize that you are a unique reality and that you can create the definitions within yourself that will work for you, and you don't have to do it the way someone else has done it. At the same time, as we said before to another individual, honor the belief systems that you do hold on to that you know you're not willing to let go of. If you truly believe that you need to do it a certain way, even though it may not be fully representative of your highest joy, but you feel you can't let go of that belief, then I would not let it go, because you may then throw yourself off a cliff and not be able to recover. The idea is to always honor the belief system and change them at whatever pace you are comfortable with changing them, based on the degree to which you're willing to believe that the new belief can actually support you. But I can guarantee you that any new belief you come up with that actually is believed by you to be capable of supporting you in whatever way you need to be supported will work, if you believe that it will, without the expectation that it must do so in a certain way. Again, we will be discussing this in more detail tomorrow when we discuss the idea of the relationship between physical mind and higher mind and how they can work more smoothly together. All right?
All right. Thank you very much, Bashar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
Good day.
We have another question from our listeners.
Yes.
Many scientists have been researching free energy generation.
Yes.
And there's been a lot of claims that it's been realized, but nothing seems to have really materialized in our society, at
Yes.
least not for public use.
Yes.
So it's unknown whether this is due to claims being false, or it's because these discoveries are silenced by major corporations because it's threatening.
All right. It is due to A, claims being false, some of them, some being suppressed, some of them, some not being quite ready yet.
So is there really free energy?
There is free energy all around.
Well, I mean, are there free
There
energy?
are devices that can be created to tap into it, yes. Yes.
So what's the current state of that? Is it just that we're not ready to accept it, or why?
Well, now understand that when we make this general statement, it is a generalization. Different people in different places on your planet may be at different stages of readiness to explore this. You understand?
Yes.
So we are giving you an overall average here. The degree of general average readiness that your belief systems are at with respect to exploring the ability to create devices that can tap free energy is about 4 to 5%.
So it's still really low.
Yes.
So what would be the most likely form of free energy that we would generate in the near...
Tapping into the electromagnetic field of your planet.
When do you see something like that happening?
As we read the energy now, because as many of you know, there is no such thing as a prediction of the future because the future doesn't exist.
Right.
As we read the energy now, what seems most likely to come to pass if the energy doesn't change is that you will get a full handle on this sometime between your year of 2015 and 2030.
Okay, well, that's good.
It is what it is.
Okay, thank you, Bashar.
Thank you.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. Recently, I heard about a process where people change their way of getting energy. I've heard of breatharians, where people supposedly don't eat; they get their energy from air.
This is available to some individuals. Not many of you actually need to do that. There is nothing wrong or less spiritual with the idea of eating, you know.
Yes.
It's just that in different cases, people are exploring different things, and sometimes some individuals on your planet will be capable of raising their frequency to the point where they themselves, as we have just discussed, can, through their own bodies, tap into the free energy of creation, and thus are sustained by that, even as our civilization does that, because we no longer eat. But it doesn't mean that you are less spiritual if you are accessing your energy still through the idea of food.
So how would we develop the ability to access our energy through light, through our light body, say, the light that's already in us?
Do you remember what we said about what acting on your excitement does to your energy?
Huh?
It increases your frequency. And thus, by increasing your frequency, it makes you more sensitive to higher energies, more capable of receiving and processing and accessing and using and applying higher frequencies in a variety of ways. So the only real fundamental criteria, even though there may be different ways of doing it on a case-by-case basis, different interpretations, different styles of approaching this, the fundamental common issue is the more you are willing to relax any expectations of the physical mind, the more you are willing to act with firm knowing on the things that are truly representative every moment of your highest passion, no matter what they may be, the more you will sensitize yourself to be capable of needing energy in less solid forms and be capable of being sustained by energy in more rarefied forms. If you will notice, many times when individuals are actually truly involved, engaged, immersed in doing what they love to do, are in the moment, in the present with it, they often don't eat very much. And the idea is they are sustained by the higher energy. The issue, however, is not to force yourself to do this, not to force yourself not to eat. When you find your natural balance, when you find your natural rhythm, the amount you eat or don't eat will also balance itself out. You will know when you need what you need. You will know when you don't. It becomes a natural, intuitive, second nature thing. It's not something you have to force yourselves to do. Does that make some sense?
Yes.
As we said, the idea of your excitement, your passion, that highest energy is your true core self. That's why it's so important to act on it at every opportunity, because that means you're in alignment with your true self. That high energy is automatically not only the driving engine, but the organizing principle of your life. And it will automatically put into proper order, in proper amount, in proper timing, all the things that are actually necessary to sustain you and allow you to expand further in that exciting state of being. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It all works hand in hand holistically. It's all a complete kit. It's all self-reinforcing. You don't have to do anything special to make it work. All you have to do is allow it to happen, allow it to run, because it's always working. Even if you don't know it, it's always working, because you're always using it to create whatever you believe is the most likely thing you can create. And you've always done so. And all you're attempting to do now, all of you, is simply become more conscious of the choices you're making that create the experiences you are having. You are not learning to create. You already do that flawlessly. The issue is, what are you creating? You follow?
Oh, yes.
Does this help you?
Yes.
Does it answer the question?
Yes, that question. Well, maybe a little more detail in regards to
respect?
How we can. I mean, I understand following my excitement.
You do?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, yes.
All right.
And the tuning into this frequency of light, say that I am,
yes,
would raise my vibration.
If your imagination tells you that there's a particular methodology that you would like to create as a permission slip to give yourself more ability to feel that you're tapping into that light, then trust your imagination. That's what it's there for.
Okay.
This is all about permission slips. All the tools, all the techniques, and all the rituals that your imagination comes up with are simply permission slips that are geared to your particular belief system that will work in harmony with your belief system to give you permission to grant yourself the ability to be more of who you are. So trust your imagination and intuition in coming up with those methodologies.
Okay.
But at the same time, we simply remind you that that's all they are, is permission slips, and you actually don't need any of them if you have a belief system that says you don't.
Yes.
So,
when you earlier stated that your state currently is of quasi-spiritual and physical, going back and forth?
Yes.
I take that means you don't sleep?
No.
No.
We do not.
So,
we do not eat, we do not sleep.
So just pure existence, consciousness,
pure
functioning, joy.
Pure joy, pure experience, pure synchronicity, pure living.
Wow.
Wow. Which upside down in your language is mom.
Mama. And when you said that, I guess here's a conversation about where does the imagination kick in and where does something else happening outside of imagination occur?
All right. Again, this is something that we will be addressing to some degree when we talk about the relationship and the ability to communicate between physical and higher mind. Imagination is fundamentally the conduit between higher mind and physical mind through which communication from one to the each occurs. And the idea of learning to discern the difference between communication from the higher mind and ideas that may be embedded in the ego structure of the physical mind will be something that we'll be addressing in more detail tomorrow of your time.
Okay.
All right.
So I have a personal question then.
Oh, all right.
So when you made that statement and I tuned into that, I felt this sensation.
Yes.
I don't have words for it.
And?
So was that my higher mind experience in what you were talking of, or was that my imagination with embedded belief systems from the past kicking in?
Can you define the actual sensation?
It was expansive.
Then it is the higher mind, because the physical ego structure will not allow you to expand beyond a certain point. That's the point.
And it also had a certain flavor of pleasure to it.
There you go. Now, we understand that sometimes ego structure can deliver pleasurable sensations to you to reinforce the idea of negative beliefs. But if you believe that the expansive feeling was more in alignment with the idea of joy and unconditional loving support, then it is more likely it was something from a connection to the higher self rather than the idea of the control that usually comes with the physical ego structure's version of granting you pleasure.
Oh, yes.
Make sense?
Oh, I understand that, yes.
All right. Does that help you learn to tell the difference?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Another question, Bashar.
Yes.
We have a question about the jellyfish crop circle that recently showed up in Europe. And
yes.
We'd like to know what you can tell us about it.
The symbolism on one level, of course, there are many symbolisms to the idea of many of these different glyphs that are created in a variety of ways. Some of them are created by humans, some of them are not, in the classical sense. Nevertheless, they all have symbology. The idea of the jellyfish appearing at this time is to represent the notion of moving through your environment in a fluid manner. without resistance, effortlessly propelling yourself, bit by bit, smoothly along. You understand?
Yes.
And that you can tap into that energy and allow your life to become one of ease, one of effortlessness as you move forward. Gliding, sliding, flying through the medium that heretofore you felt you could only crawl through, struggle through. That which heretofore acted as an obstacle or an impediment is now something you can glide through. It becomes a supporting medium, a buoyant medium, as opposed to that which holds you down. Does that make sense?
Yes.
As you lighten up your vibration, no longer do you feel the pressure of the weight of the water, symbolically speaking, above your head. You now rise up and float through it, fly through it, glide through it, because you yourself are lighter in the water and so must rise to the level that matches your frequency. You follow?
Yes, that's just lovely. It's really
Some
beautiful.
jellyfish, however, can sting.
And kill.
And kill. And that is always a reminder, just like the yin-yang symbol, that even though there is light, there is some darkness in it, always. Even though there is darkness, there is always some light, and both sides are always accessible from one another. So even though there may be the ability of the jellyfish to float free, there is always the reminder that you always have the ability to choose the negative side, but do not have to. The more you allow the stinger to be an accepted part of your whole being, of your whole identity, the less reason there is to choose the negative side as an experience, as long as you validate it as an equal choice, as part of who you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's just wonderful how that really represents the darkness and the light and how we're always at choice.
Yes. Of course, there will always be those who would prefer peanut butter and jellyfish. They like their things sticky.
Thank you, Bashar.
Good day, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Well, I'm very excited to be talking to you.
Oh, well, thank you. We are very excited as well. All the time.
And, well,
yes?
I suppose I feel very much like a child.
You are.
I know.
Especially in comparison to us. That is not meant in a derogatory way. We only remind all of you that while some of you complain and feel that you are very old or are running out of time and that you have no time to accomplish what you wanted and oh, woe is you, that you are all actually quite young and can accomplish anything you want in timing if you stop worrying about time. So, my child, do continue.
Well, I find myself...
Oh, good. Congratulations for finding yourself.
Well, frequently experiencing that, playing the part of the wounded child.
Aww.
And I experience a great deal of pain
Yes.
and anger.
And what is it about the pain and anger that works for you? Because I guarantee you, if you didn't have a belief in you that the pain and anger worked for you on some level, I guarantee you, you wouldn't have it.
Well,
you wouldn't hold on to the beliefs that perpetuate it.
I think it's because it's telling me that I'm not being myself.
Yes. Pain is the result of resistance to the natural self. So why are you resisting being the natural you? Is there some fear involved in letting go of the old ideas and allowing yourself to be who you truly are? Because that's the only reason why you would hold back from being your true self and creating pain from the resistance of doing so. You see, this again all comes down to the idea of the mechanism of motivation. You only all have one mechanism of motivation. You all always without exception, immediately choose the reality that is in the direction of what you believe gives you the most pleasure, and automatically move away from the reality you believe gives you the most pain. Automatically. Therefore, if you're actually experiencing a choice that have a label on the alternative that actually makes the alternative seem more painful than what you're choosing now, even as painful as it is. Because as soon as you labeled the new reality as less painful, you would automatically move in that direction without hesitation. So the hesitation only comes from the fact that you may have a belief system or a definition or a label about the change you say you want to make that somehow deep down actually makes it seem more scary than staying with the familiar thing you're already experiencing, even though it's no longer comfortable for you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes. So what is holding you back? What fear, what label, what definition is holding you back from being who you prefer to be? Can you name even one?
That's a very good question.
Oh, thank you very much. We have been known to ask them. Let me help you. The idea of being in pain, being in fear, is that if you are in pain, if you are in fear, use it to your advantage. Don't suppress it. Don't diminish it. Let it expand. Become even more afraid. And say, let my imagination hit me with what the worst possible thing could be if I actually allowed myself to be who I prefer to be. What is the worst possible thing I'm afraid might happen? Actually ask for the scenario to come into your mind of what the worst possible fear you have might be, and then you will start to illuminate what the belief system is. So what's the worst possible thing you imagine might happen if you actually allowed yourself to be who you prefer to be? Name one thing. Come, I know you have it in you.
That's such a difficult question.
No.
No?
No.
No, it isn't?
But it shows you that the reason it is experienced by you as difficult is because of the degree of pain you have associated to the thing you wish to choose. Let me put you in touch with another simple example. I'm not saying this is your case, but it may give you an illustration to help unlock.
I understand.
All right. So, the idea is that in your reality, many times individuals are raised with contradictory belief systems that then become at odds with each other. A classic example in your reality is the idea of money. On one hand, many times your parents, in bringing you up, will say, in order to be successful, you have to make a lot of money. On the other hand, society will say, love of money is the root of all evil. Well, if a person grows up with these contradictory belief systems and gets to a point where they have to make a decision as to which way to go, they will have this tug of war within their consciousness that says, well, I would like to make a lot of money and I would like to be successful, but I don't want to be a bad person. Because they have made the connection that to have abundance is to be bad. Now, you can look at that, and if you discover that you have that kind of a belief system, and you can identify it for what it is and make it transparent, then you can recognize the fallacy in linking those things together. They are only linked in your unconscious mind. Once you bring them into conscious recognition, you can break that link just by identifying that the belief is there. Because once you identify that you have this belief that making a lot of money is a bad thing to do, you can recognize from your adult perspective that that is quite a ridiculous belief to have. It may be real while you have it, but you don't have to have it. Obviously, not everyone in your world believes that. There are a lot of very good people who are also very wealthy, yes? Therefore, the idea is that that belief does not have to be linked that way. So once you identify what the belief is you have attached to the things you say you prefer, you can examine them and identify them, and upon identification, you can realize they don't have to remain linked. It'll start looking like someone else's belief. It'll start looking like a fallacy. It will start looking like a fairy tale to you, and you can start to let it go and examine what kind of belief you would rather attach to the idea that you say you prefer. Now, of course, if you have yet again another underlying belief a fundamental foundational belief that says, oh, no matter how many good beliefs I attach to this idea, I will never actually believe they will stick, then you have to get in touch with why you have that belief. But as you keep examining the different beliefs that are connected to one another, that are interlinked, you will eventually unravel and unkink them all, and you will get to the basic fundamental belief, and once you unkink that, they will all fall apart. And you can replace them with what beliefs you prefer, because at that point, you will know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, by having done this investigation into yourself, this examination of yourself in an honest way, you will know that any new belief you decide to have will be upheld by creation just as solidly as the old belief was. Because believe me, creation does not have anything against you, otherwise it wouldn't have created you.
That was a triggering point.
Yes. So the idea is that if creation was willing to uphold your choice to have a belief that didn't serve you, why wouldn't creation uphold a belief that does serve you? You see, creation, if you wish to put it this way, is unconditionally loving. Unconditionally loving. Look up the word in your dictionary. Unconditional. Not, oh yes, it's unconditionally loving except for these conditions. Unconditionally loving. That means creation loves you and supports you so unconditionally, it will even allow you to believe you are not unconditionally loved. That's how unconditionally loved you are. It will let you believe that and totally support you in that belief that you are not loved. But if it will support you in that, it will not contradict you when you choose to believe that you are supported and loved and deserve to exist. Because again, by definition, I guarantee you that it doesn't make mistakes in the sense of its creation. There is no pointless creation. All that is had to create all of you in order to be all that is. If one of you is missing, all that is isn't all that is. So if you exist, that tells you all that is new you had to in order for all that is to be complete. Therefore, don't argue with all that is about the deservability of your existence. If you exist, you obviously by definition deserve to, or believe me, you wouldn't. And of course, if you didn't, this question wouldn't even come up. The fact that you can even wonder whether you deserve what you prefer tells you that you do. Because the very fact you can ask the question means you exist, and if you exist, it means you deserve to, or you wouldn't have. Is this making some sense as it's sinking in?
It is.
A little? A lot?
Oh, well, it's very moving.
Oh, all right. Is it moving in a positive direction?
I think so.
You think so? Do you feel so?
I'm uncertain.
I know. Do you enjoy being uncertain?
Yes.
Why? What do you get out of it?
Wonderment.
Wonderment? About what?
Wondering what, I don't know, it's fun.
It's fun to wonder. Well, you can have positive wonderment, but you can also have negative confusion. So which is it? Is it actually wonderment or is it confusion? You have already said that you're not sure that you're enjoying this state of being. Is that true?
That is.
Yes?
Yes.
Then doesn't that mean it's not wonderment in the positive sense?
I suppose.
You suppose. Are you even confused about the definitions of things?
Oh, all the time.
Oh, all the time. All right. Well, why don't you make a decision to be more definitive about your definitions?
Ooh.
Ooh. Is that too scary?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right. Let's go back to the original question.
Oh.
Is there something that you would prefer to be doing that you are not doing because you are afraid something negative will happen if you do?
I believe so.
And can you name one example of what that might look like? If you actually took a step in the direction of what you would prefer to do, what would you be doing that you're not doing now?
I'd probably be here with someone.
All right. And What are you afraid of?
I'm afraid.
Yes? Don't be afraid to be afraid. It's all right to be afraid. What are you afraid of?
Well, I'm afraid because I'm often told that my beliefs are wrong.
And just because you are told that your beliefs are wrong, why do you choose to believe that?
Because I trust the person telling me.
Instead of yourself?
Yes.
Why?
Oh.
What do you get out of giving your power away like that?
Ooh, that's something that's often brought up.
Well, I wonder why.
Oh, I think that comes back to the child part.
All right. Well, do you wish to continue to be the child in pain? The wounded child?
No.
Are you sick and tired of it enough to no longer play that game?
I think that's kind of part of it.
Yes, I know that you're progressing in that direction. We are assisting you in your process. Nevertheless, this process can actually be accelerated by you if you wish it to be, or it doesn't have to be. We're not going to push you. We're not going to force you. If you wish to continue for a while longer in pain and being the wounded child, believe me, we love you enough to not take that away from you.
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Nevertheless, if you're...
Oh, well, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Nevertheless, if you're actually saying that you're really finally, truly tired of it, all we are doing is reinforcing and reassuring you that you do have the capability of letting it go. And if you do, I can guarantee you will be just as strongly supported in your new vision of yourself as the healthful child, the playful child, the joyful child, as you have been as the wounded child.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee it because creation guarantees it. Therefore, it's not my guarantee. It's creation's. Why don't you let this all sink in, sleep on it, as you say, and see if it makes a difference in a day or 2 or 3.
Thank you.
All right? Pleasant dreams.
You do.
Bashar, we have another question.
Oh, all right.
Is spoon bending shifting realities?
Spoon bending is shifting realities. Bending anything is shifting realities. Any movement at all that you perceive is a shift in reality because every single discrete reality is simply a static snapshot, unchanging. The only way you experience any change at all is by focusing and shifting your consciousness through the different realities, again, much like the beam of light from a projector through the different frames of film. Each frame is static, frozen, a snapshot, unmoving. But you create the illusion of movement by passing the frames in front of the projector light, which is your consciousness. So as you shift from reality to reality that is representative of a different position, those are all different parallel realities. So bending anything, including spoons, is just a matter of understanding how to shift your focus from one reality to another, wherein those realities, the spoon is simply representative of a different configuration. That's one way of looking at it. There are, of course, other ways of looking at it, depending upon who is looking. All right?
I have some sense of you discussing how it's helpful to be able to spoon bend for your consciousness.
But again, the idea is that's just one more permission slip. If an individual's belief system decides that attempting bending spoons is a way to reflect to themselves the reality of the existence of different parallel realities, then it can be a helpful tool. But again, it is simply another permission slip to allow them to grant themselves permission to be more of who they are and be more aware of the being that they have been created to be.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you
for bending our ear.
Hello, Bashar.
And good day to you.
I have more of a personal observation that leads to questions.
Oh, all right.
I'll start with this. I oftentimes pose questions for myself.
Yes.
And then I answer these questions.
Very good.
But I'm not sure if my answers are accurate or if they're just me trying to manipulate or con myself into creating
Well, again, this is why we said we're going to address some of this in a little more detail to more of your time when we talk about the idea of the difference between physical ego structure mind and higher mind and how to allow more clear communication between them. But go on for now.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Within the past year of my life, I experienced two totally different, I guess, feelings is the best way to describe it.
Yes.
One was during sleep.
Yes.
I woke up in the middle of the night,
Yes.
and I don't recall what happened.
All
All I
right.
know is I was completely terrified.
Yes.
And I can't recall what happened.
All right.
The other, I was driving home and just pondering to myself, and I
Yes.
had a thought or a vision or whatnot that was just completely peaceful is the best way to describe it.
All right.
Now, thinking of these two things, I try to figure out what the hell happened, to be honest with you.
Why?
Because I don't know
Why do you need to?
I'm just trying to see if there's some sort of relation between the two in which I'm trying to give myself some sort of push in the right direction to see what I'm capable of experiencing.
All right, very good. Then in a sense, you have actually figured out the purpose for the experience.
Okay, so I do answer my own questions
You
properly
do.
then. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And can I ask you another question?
That was a question.
Well, I'll ask you another one after that.
All right.
I oftentimes experience synchronicity with timing, 10, 10, 11, 11.
Yes.
Does that work the same for everyone, in which those are little signposts that you put out for yourself?
Yes.
Okay, then that's...
To let you know that you are on your path.
Okay. How about my profession?
What about it?
Have I done it am I doing it now, being that all is now in other realities? Do you need to know what it is?
You may share if you wish.
Okay, yeah, I'm a funeral director.
No, I see.
Am I doing this type of work in other realities with other beings right now?
A few.
A few?
Not a lot, but a few.
Okay, so I am some sort of
And
drone.
other things similarly connected.
Okay.
That you may or may not want to go into now.
Oh, I can if you'd like to reveal, but I wouldn't know what questions to even ask. I mean, I'm always drawn toward the health field or more toward the healing aspect of things.
All right.
And
Well, you have also, in that sense, obviously, thus then experienced healing in other lives as well.
Okay.
Both healing of yourself and healing of others.
Okay.
Nevertheless, is that more representative of your excitement?
I believe so, yeah.
But I'm not sure.
No, I really think I am.
Oh, you really know you are?
I'd like to know I am.
Oh, all right. Answer this question, if I may thus then turn the tables and ask our own.
Go ahead.
How does a healer heal?
You can heal in various ways. I can heal...
Can you now?
Sure.
I tell you this, you cannot heal anything.
Okay.
Now, I ask you again, how does a healer heal?
They don't.
Thank you. Why?
Give me a second, let me think.
Seconds up.
I would say all you do is allow the other individual to really...
Yes.
To pretty much let them know that they know what's going on already, and all I'm doing is nudging them in the right direction.
How?
How do I do this?
Yes, how does the healer do that?
Well, I'd like to say in various ways, but you're going to tell me you probably don't again.
Well, there are various approaches and various styles, but what is the fundamental thing that is common to all of them?
Healing.
And how are they getting that idea across to the person that requires the healing?
However the person needs to receive it.
But fundamentally, energetically.
That I don't know.
They are creating the vibration of the person healed.
Okay, so you're
so
matching
that
your
if
vibration.
the person requiring the healing thus then is willing to choose to match that frequency, they will then heal themselves. Okay. That's why the healer does no healing. The healer just suggests the vibration that represents the healed person.
Okay, so it's by matching the vibration is when the healing actually occurs.
When the person requiring the healing matches the vibration of the healer that represents the healed state, they heal themselves and the healing occurs, yes.
Okay, and last one. Could you tell me what scared the heck out of me?
You are having encounters with other beings on another level.
I asked for that, actually, before I went to bed.
So why does it scare you?
I have no clue.
I'll tell you why.
I wasn't ready to receive this type of...
I'll tell you why. Understand again that there are certain belief systems within the physical mind's ego structure that it interprets as loss of control.
Okay.
You were never really out of control, but the physical mind interprets certain sensations as loss of control and goes into what you call survival mode because it thinks it's being annihilated. It's not. You just have to allow it to get used to the fact that that transition from one level to another is not really going to kill it. It's just going to realign it a little bit.
Okay, so that's why I feel as if I'm never really alone. Okay.
Well, there are other reasons too.
Help?
You all have guides, you know.
Okay. Now, are your guides yourself as a more evolved state, just sort of pointing you in the right direction?
It can be.
Okay.
In the same way, you could say we function as a guide for the channel, being that I am the channel's future self.
Okay.
But beings also have different kinds of guides. Guides can be individuals that are friends of yours that just happen to be in spirit while you happen to be in physical reality, and they are still helping you along.
Okay.
There can be many different things.
And could
but
you...
everyone has them. Everyone.
And could you recommend something for me to do as I go to bed in order to create a more harmonious, I guess, meeting place between us?
Allow yourself to, first of all, give yourself love and recognize that you made choices, that you did it out of love of yourself, that you did it out of desire for spiritual growth, that you recognize it's all right for your physical mind to experience a little bit of fear, but that you love it enough to let it know it will be all right and that you will never let it go. You will just give it the proper place in your home. And that together, all aspects of your consciousness will have the experience and each will benefit from sharing in its part of the experience. Tell yourself that when you go to sleep and allow yourself to know that it is all for your own positive reason.
Okay.
And it will eventually, whether quickly or slowly, begin to dissipate the concept of fear. Now, when that happens, you will actually gain more conscious recognition in the other dimension of what is actually happening while it's happening. And again, that may bring up the fear again, but go through the same understanding that this was chosen, that it will not eliminate your ego structure. The ego structure will be allowed its due and find its proper place. It will be taken care of. It will be nurtured. It will be helped along until you allow yourself to become the whole being where all of the so-called components lose their borders and start functioning in a holistic way.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Sort of, yes.
Sort of, yes. Or you could allow your own imagination to supply you.
Okay. All right. And finally, what can I do to remember my dreams or to participate more in them? Because most nights when I go to bed, I just wake up and it feels as if nothing actually happened.
Some of what I have just told you will also help you recall what's going on.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasant dreams.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar. Thank you so much for being here with us.
To you, good day.
Thank you. I want to speak about what's going on in the world right now, specifically the economy.
Which world are you talking about?
Oh, this planet
Which
Earth
parallel
here.
reality?
This crazy planet Earth that we're on.
Crazy
Yeah.
planet Earth.
Yes.
Yes. Well, as we have often said, the idea is that as each and every one of you recognize that you prefer a different reality and you make the shifts within yourself vibrationally, you will then experience the idea of creating opportunities to create new systems. And that as you create those new understandings, new directions, new approaches, and new systems, you will then have something to replace the old systems with when they start to crumble and fall away because your consciousness is no longer willing to support them. So this is all you're doing. It's all part and parcel of making a shift. Again, it just depends on whether or not you are doing this by harboring old negative belief systems that are out of alignment with your truth as to whether you experience this in a negative way or a positive way. If you understand that these shifts of old things falling away is an exciting thing to have happen because it means new systems that are more in alignment with what you prefer them to be are coming in because you're shifting to a parallel reality that's more representative of those new systems, then the idea of watching these old systems crumble and fall away is cause for celebration.
Yes, absolutely. That's
All
what I
right.
wanted to talk about.
All right.
Thank you for saying all that, because that's exactly where I'm coming from.
Well, there you go.
I see the old crumbling away and the new coming in. It's extremely exciting, and
it is.
It's very, very, very exciting. And I don't think the new can come about until the old goes away.
Well, no, of course not.
So
you can only have one reality at a time.
Right. Right. So I see it crumbling before my eyes, actually, and specifically the economy.
Yes.
So I was wondering, are you familiar with David Icke and
Yes.
his writings?
Yes.
Do you find them accurate?
Again, whatever vibration you create within yourself
Right.
will determine how you experience the shift. A shift is happening. It can be experienced in a negative or a positive way, depending upon the vibration of your choice and your belief systems. That is how we will address that question.
Okay. Okay, that's fair enough.
It is.
So, well,
Yes.
he's talking about the lawful rebellion, and I was just wondering,
What do you wish to buy into?
Well,
You just brought up the issue of economy. What do you wish to buy into?
I wish to buy into letting the old crumble away because it doesn't work anymore, and going in for the equality and the love and the peace and the way
Then
this planet
add
should be.
to that energy by the choices you make of how you choose to see reality, and do not be afraid.
Right.
All right?
Okay. Okay. Regarding David Icke, and he speaks about the reptilian
Yes.
being the Illuminati
Stop.
descendants.
It is not that such beings in one context do not exist, but the idea for most individuals is that what they are perceiving and giving form to is the idea of the own fears projected from the reptilian center of your brain.
Can you say that again?
The reptilian center of your brain is where your survival mode kicks in. And when certain fears come up and bubble up from the reptilian center of your brain, many individuals, because of their fears, will project and cloak other dimensional energy in a form that's representative of their own fear. It may not even be what that being actually looks like, but humans will often see them in certain ways that are representative symbolically of where the fear center of your brain is, that your own scientists have labeled the reptilian brain. And that's what most of you are seeing when you talk about the idea of encountering a negative reptilian beings. Now, we are not saying that beings don't exist that do look like that, but they are not what you think. They are not what has fallen into your mythology. And therefore, again, we suggest the idea is to stop paying or buying into the ideas that don't resonate with the reality you prefer. Stop giving them credence.
Okay.
Appreciate your chosen vibration and allow the vibrations that are not aligned with you to depreciate. Then you will have the economy you prefer.
Okay.
All right?
Do you see that happening?
Do you?
Do you?
It's your planet. Now, I will only give you a hint, but I will not remove the responsibility from you in giving you this hint. Because the responsibility is still in your hands, and you can still change things for positive or negative anytime you wish. The only hint we will give you is this. Were things on your planet not improving? Were you not shifting to a parallel reality that is more representative of what you prefer? We would in all likelihood not be having these conversations with you, because it would be pointless, wouldn't it?
Yes, okay.
So what does that tell you?
Oh, that's good.
Now, because I have said that does not absolve you of the responsibility of creating that reality. It's not going to happen without you, just because we perceive the collective energy may be on a roll right now.
Right.
You can still go the other direction if you want. But if you don't prefer to, don't give credence to the things that are out of alignment with what you prefer. All right?
Okay. Well,
Yes.
let me ask you this then.
Oh, I'll let you.
If we say, for instance, we head down the wrong road. Okay, not wrong.
Just negative.
Very, very negative and destructive.
Yes.
And
so what? So what? So what? So what? Do you understand that you are an eternal being?
Yes.
Then so what? Do you not understand that you have parallel lives in parallel realities where Earth has completely and utterly destroyed itself?
Yes.
So what? Here you are. Now, I understand that may be not what you prefer, but that's all there is to it. If it's not what you prefer, don't do it in this reality. You've already done it in other realities anyway.
Well, it's a matter of collective consciousness.
So it's a matter of you deciding what part of the collective to agree with,
Right.
and agreeing with the collective of another reality that is more the resonance you prefer.
Right.
It's not a matter of what the collective consciousness believes when it's out of alignment with your preferred vibration. You have the ability generally to experience a reality that you prefer regardless of what the collective is deciding, because the idea in general is that's part of the collective agreement. The collective agreement says that any individual can experience any collective it wants. You understand?
Right, yes.
So choose the collective you prefer.
Okay.
Does that help you?
Sure, that's good.
Thank
It's
you.
all good, thanks.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Well, I came here tonight, being invited by a friend. I've never heard of you. Or
All
never.
right.
This is the first time I'm seeing you.
Well, we have never
And-
heard of you, and this is the first time we are interacting with you two as well.
And I find it quite fascinating.
Oh, all right. We find you all fascinating too, so at least the feeling is mutual.
My first question was initially going to be, I will be retiring in 5 years with a 35-year career with the fire department.
All right.
As a paramedic and a fire inspector.
Yes.
And I'm thinking about retiring to Washington or Oregon.
Oh, all right.
However, now seeing what I've seen here,
Yes.
I've always been fascinated with animals.
Yes.
I've had a very close connection with them.
All right.
And have been training search and rescue dogs for the last 20 years. Been to Oklahoma and New York Trade Center and stuff with my dogs. But
Yes, you're not going to retire, are you?
no, because I've taken it a step farther.
Yes.
A couple of years ago, I went to a weekend workshop with Carol Gurney, an animal communicator.
All right.
Mainly going there because I've also done some stand-up comedy.
Oh, all right.
I've gone there I was initially going to say maybe I could find some new material to do stand-up comedy because I did not believe in this. But lo and behold, I had a gift for communicating with dogs.
Yes.
And so can you tell me about that a little bit?
Well, obviously, your intention in blending the idea of stand-up comedy with communication with dogs is to put on your own dog and pony show. The idea is to understand it this way, just to be serious for a moment.
Yes, no, I meant...
S-I-R-I-U-S. The dog star. The dog is the symbol of service in your society, and your already chosen calling has been one of great service. You are simply shifting the form in which that service is now taking place and working directly with the symbol of it, the dogs. And it is connected to Sirius, the star system, Sirius, because it is again represented by the idea as the dog star, at the same time also connecting to things like dolphins and whales telepathically, energetically. But because the dog on land is the symbol of service and you are attracted to be of service to your society, you are now forming a new relationship, a closer relationship, a more intimate relationship with the idea of the animal directly, to be of service in a different way with them.
But is it easy for other people to connect with them as easy as it's been for me?
Well, no, not everyone chooses that. But people can if they wish. But it doesn't matter, because those that wish to will. And your only concern will be with those that do. Yes?
Yes.
So, why worry about those that won't?
That's true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Remember, as we have said, there are no one-sided coins. If you have the head, there is a tail, and you're wagging it.
That's true.
The idea is that if you have something to share, there will always be someone willing to receive it, or you would not be inspired to share it, because there are no one-sided coins. You understand?
Yes.
Does this help?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Hello.
And to you, good day.
I have a question about the yin and the yang.
Yin and yang,
the
yes.
Lightness
Polarity,
and the dark.
paradox, yes.
Yes. Do you still have darkness?
There is always the choice of darkness. We do not experience it because we do not choose it, because we validate it as an equal choice.
So there is no
negative experience in our reality, because we recognize that we all contain equal light and dark. And thus, by allowing ourselves to know that we contain it and allowing the darkness to be an equal choice we could choose, not judging it, not invalidating it, not giving it any extra energy, not putting a charge on it just because it's there, because we recognize it's part of existence, because it is a part of all existence, then by recognizing that and equalizing it and validating it, we are capable thus then of simply choosing what we prefer. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. One more thing. Yes. I'm very, very new to all of this, and
not really.
Well, okay.
Can't fool us, you know.
For the last 3 months, this has all come up for me, and
yes.
I don't know how to stop feeling sort of like I'm spinning out of control.
Is it enjoyable?
Most of the time.
All right. When it is not enjoyable, what comes up? What kind of fears?
That I'm nuts.
That you're nuts. Any particular kind of nut?
Pecan.
Cashew, filbert, peanut?
Pecan.
Pecan. All right. Understand this. Emotion is always... Oh, are you paying attention? Well, thank you.
Yes.
Emotion is always the result of something you believe to be true first. You cannot have a feeling without believing something to be true first. If you don't have a belief about something, you will have no feeling about it. Therefore, when a feeling comes up, like fear, own it, acknowledge it. All right, I'm afraid. I own it, because you cannot change what you do not own, right? All right, so acknowledge it. I'm afraid. Now, the question is, what would I have to believe is true about myself in this situation in order to feel fear? Then you can start investigating what the belief is that generated the fear. And when you find out what the belief is, you can change it to something that you would prefer. And when you do, you will change the energy of the emotion that results from it. So feeling the fear is an opportunity. Thank the fear. It's your friend. Fear goes knock, knock, knocking on your door saying, hey, you have a belief that's out of alignment with your preferred self, and I'm letting you know that. So you say, thank you, fear. Thank you so much. Now that you've put me in touch with that belief that I no longer prefer, I am now transforming my fear into the excitement of finding out what that belief is and changing it. So you use fear by acknowledging it, owning it, accepting it, and then transforming it into excitement by recognizing that fear is just a messenger to put you in touch with things that are out of alignment that don't belong in you. And you can change them. Because you are a 100% energy. You just have one energy. You feel your energy as joy when you pass that energy, filter that energy through belief systems that are in alignment, in harmony with your true core self. But you feel the very same energy as fear when you pass it through belief systems that are out of alignment and in discord with your true natural self. So fear is a barometer that lets you know you have beliefs that are out of alignment. Get them back into alignment if you prefer to do so. So thank you, fear. Use your fear. Make a friend of your fear. Then you won't be afraid to be afraid. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Does this help you?
It does indeed.
Is the spinning now turning into more of a dance?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Thank you. I hope this is a question that strikes a chord with everyone else. Just as
it doesn't matter if you are asking it. Everyone will get something out of it.
Of course. I wanted to ask if you could comment on the relationship between sex and the human soul. It's more of an open question in the sense of wanting to understand what belief system you would advise for channeling this very powerful, amazing energy.
Sex
in a sexual
is
way.
an alignment of all the different levels, thus then grounding the higher energy into physical energy in an aligned way and opening up channels within the body that allows for communication back to the higher level.
Beautiful.
It is the grounding of a circuit, the completion of a circuit, and thus then once the path has been defined, it is thus then the allowance of the lightning strike to align all the centers and allow for clear communication back to the higher levels. That's its fundamental function.
Yes.
Now, how it can be addressed, how it can be experienced, of course.
Right, without all the judgmental, burdensome value that we
Yes.
impose on it.
The
that has a
idea
lot.
sociologically is simply this. What any individuals prefer, what they choose to believe is preferable for themselves, simply needs to be communicated to others clearly and concisely so that all individuals involved in whatever the relationship form is all know what the belief systems of the other individuals are and are all given the opportunity to decide whether or not for them personally what is being offered is true for them or preferable for them. Other than that, no judgment need apply as long as there is consensus and consent among the idea of those that are capable of giving consent. Then, in that sense, it is all for a positive reason.
Completely agree.
Thank you.
So in which framework should we address the situations where, let's say, there's a lot of collateral damage in terms of, let's say, people abusing, let's say, children to raise their own vibration, to try to, in a false or wrong way, or without judgment, of
The
course.
idea, again, is to recognize that each and every individual must be allowed to be in touch with their true self, not to devalue any part of themselves, and to empower themselves with respect to all aspects of their being in a positive and loving way. And to know that there is always a way to express any aspect of the self in that positive way without the idea of being responsible for anyone else's reaction, but always being responsible to everyone else to be your true self in the best way you possibly can. Teaching that self-empowerment lesson to your children will allow them to grow up in a balanced and centered way and express all aspects of their being in the same and similar way of balance. Make sense?
Yes. That brings me to a follow-up question. Do we then form, as some people suggest, soul ties that last in our lifetime? Or is it all based on a belief system? Let's say, if
that
we
takes
believe...
place on many different levels, beyond belief. Belief system is only a function of the physical reality. Beyond that, it's simply knowing.
Is there a law of knowing that there will be that, regardless of what we believe?
There are only 4 laws in creation that we have ever found. Number 1, you exist. You can't change that, period.
Number 2, everything changes.
Number 2, the one is all, the all are one. Number 3, what you put out is what you get back. Number 4, everything changes except the first 3 laws. Everything is based on that. So when you talk about the idea of a law of knowing, not really, except as it keys into the idea as an expression of a combination of the 4 laws. The idea of making soul connections happens on a level above the idea of belief systems. It happens on a knowing level, and that can carry down into physical reality in many different ways. But there are such things as soul groups, soul connections, soul families. Just as you have families, just as you have friends, just as you have connections. It can happen on higher levels and does happen on higher levels and can express itself in many different levels. All right? Does that answer the question? Or
on a
were
higher
you
level,
intending some other idea?
I suppose abstract level in, I guess in terms of, if we think of, without any, position of judgment or anything.
Yes.
When people term, let's say, casual sex, if you believe, that's fine. Is it fine? Do we carry the other person's
I will
burden?
repeat. When you explain yourself and your beliefs clearly to the other people in the relationship so that they know who you are, and they clearly and consciously consent to interact on the same level, no harm has been done.
Okay.
Make sense?
That makes full sense.
Thank you.
I get it. I guess the other quick one was, well, a lot more important. How would we alleviate the collateral damage that happens through people channeling through, let's say, child prostitution,
well,
which happens.
Again, the idea of any so-called damage that has been done would require a deep understanding of the conditions and the belief systems that created the experience to begin with, and a sharing and a helping and an assistance to allow those individuals to learn from those choices and to choose other things that may result in more positive experiences from that point forward. Anything that has ever been experienced that is negative can always be turned around and always be used to create positive experiences. And sometimes many individual souls may actually choose to have a negative experience in order to really learn how to transform it into positive light. As we have often said, very often on Earth, we experience what we have termed the rubber band analogy. On Earth, you have rubber bands. You pull them back very far, and when you snap them, they go and they fly very far in the other direction. Well, many souls choose lives that do this. They will experience the idea of going and stretching and pulling themselves deep into darkness because they know the farther into darkness they go, when they finally use it in a positive way and let go, it will snap that much farther, that much faster into the light. So all negative experiences, if you choose to, can be turned into positive ones, and the degree of energy used to create the negative one can be representative of the degree of energy that can result on the positive side as well. Remember, many of you, we know, think of yourselves as a primitive culture. And we understand that in certain ways, technologically and so on and so forth, yes, all right, you may not always have the understanding or the advancement that other civilizations might have. But you must understand something very important energetically when it comes to negative and positive energy. There is a reason why we have called you the masters of limitation. Earth is an advanced school where you know you came because you were strong enough to explore the limitation to the depths that you have. Because by doing that, it shows you how strong you are and how much more you can then transform the darkness into the light when you finally choose to balance it. All right? So you are all earning your master's degrees on Earth.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Give me a lot to ponder.
Hello, Bashar.
And to you, good day.
Wow, I can't believe I'm here with you.
Oh, all right, then you're not.
I just want to thank you for all the help. You've been very helpful to me, and I'm sure many others.
And you are helpful to us.
You're welcome. Thank you. I have, as far as languages on this planet.
Yes.
Going by the so-called three races, Mongolian, Negroid, and Caucasian, is there a direct link in some ancient time between all those?
What about the idea of what you call the other races?
Yeah, that too.
All right. So what is your question?
I was just wondering if, like, say, for example, my family's native Korean language.
Yes.
In some ancient time, what is its root and relationship to, say, the root of the, Latin language?
There are a variety of things, obviously, that have happened throughout history on your world. Obviously, the root of all languages go back to a single one. Yes?
Thank you.
So the idea is that as your cultures diversified, as they also experienced interactions with many other kinds of beings, little bits and pieces here and there began to change. Different ways of expressing the self, different recognitions, and many times also pulling down information and different concepts from higher dimensional and spiritual sources also resulted in the formation of new ideas, new concepts, new words to go with it. So at this time on your planet, all the different languages are the result of many different diversifications, both within the environments of your planet and in the idea of the consciousness of different people, but also because of what those people have accessed from different realms and different dimensions of reality and chose to express physically on Earth. Make sense?
I'm following.
Yes. Well, where else do you wish to take this? They all go back to the first civilizations, as we have already discussed, of the idea of Atlantean civilizations and Lemurian civilizations, where they all originated.
And I guess I'm implying, I assume that that also includes so-called alien civilizations as well.
Well, as we said, there have been interactions and diversifications from interactions with different kinds of beings throughout your history. Some different cultures have received here and there more words than others from different civilizations and have incorporated them into their languages, as well as accessing different concepts from higher dimensional places. So yes, at this time, all the different languages are generally a mix of a lot of different things, both on and off your Earth. And when we were created as a hybrid species, many different languages from Earth were actually amalgamated into our initial language. So our language is a hybrid of your languages. And your languages are hybrids of other languages.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think one last question is,
yes,
can you help me understand the mechanics of understanding how there could be multiverse if a universe is infinite?
What has that got to do with canceling out the idea of a multiverse? The multiverse is simply a way of saying that within the infinite oneness, there are an infinite number of variations of that oneness, thus then forming a large oneness that contains variations of itself. Does that make sense in your language?
It's very interesting. I'll definitely meditate on that.
Well, look at the idea perhaps this way. Let's say you have a cake. What's your favorite flavor of cake?
Yellow with chocolate frosting.
Oh, all right. Now, you have one cake, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Now, what happens if you cut the cake in half?
It's in two pieces.
Yes. And therefore you could say you have a multi-cake.
Mm-hmm.
And if you cut it in 4 pieces, and you can cut it again and 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 again.
Cool.
And the idea is that all the pieces all still have the quality of the whole, and the whole has the quality of all the pieces. So you have the one, and you have the multiverse. The multiverse is just an expression of the one in all of the variety of ways the one has of experiencing itself. From all the perspectives it can experience itself. That's what the multiverse is. But it's still the one looking at itself and experiencing itself from all the ways that it can. And each of those ways is a whole universe unto itself. Altogether, they are the multiverse, which is within the one. Did that make sense in your language?
I'm going to enjoy thinking about it.
And enjoy the cake.
That too. I'll think about you when I'm eating it.
Thank you.
And I love you.
Our love to you as well. We will recognize that at this timing, it is our timing to share with you an idea.
Okay.
That has synchronistically been provided by the baker and his cake. Recognize the idea of cutting the cake into many pieces. No matter really, to within a certain degree, we understand physically this will change, but for the purpose of this illustration, allow yourselves to hypothesize that no matter how small you cut the pieces, they all still contain all the ingredients that were in the whole cake. So that you can look at any piece, and by looking at the quality of any piece, you can understand the qualities that the whole must contain. Therefore, look at yourselves. You are all pieces of cake, pieces of pie, cut from the greater whole, and look at the qualities in yourself. You have consciousness. You are self-aware. Therefore, that's a quality shared by the whole. It is aware. It is conscious. And the proof is in the pieces. So all you have to do to know the whole is track back the qualities of all the pieces, and you will know that the whole is all those things too. We will extend to each and every one of you our deepest heartfelt appreciation at the co-creation of this interaction and the forming of this link and this bridge this day of your time, and a new reality in which we may all play together in a new way. Our unconditional love to you all, and a fond and exciting and creative good day.